Good morning, everyone. Good morning. If you can just have a seat. And then there are some people that will still be joining us. They are just changing into the right gear. You know how important it is to have the right gear in sports? So they will be making their way in shortly. But in South African Women and Sport National Conference. This year, our theme is Accelerating Progress by Investing in Women and Sport, a call to action that resonates so deeply with all of us in this room today. This is SAWA's seventh conference where they have brought together experts, practitioners, athletes, and other specialists to celebrate positive changes and progress in women in sport across the world, as well as identify ways to further strengthen the gains being made. We are privileged to have an esteemed panel of speakers that are all leaders and pioneers in their field. Now, please join me in welcoming the true champion for women in sport. She has a vast amount of experience and has contributed to the development of sport in South Africa. And she has had multiple roles that she's played, success in being a former president of Netball South Africa, the chair of Boxing South Africa, board member of Brand SA and Gauteng Tourism, and currently serving as a board member of Lawyers Sport for Good, Cricket South Africa, and Women's Sport International World Netball Foundation. From humble beginnings as a physical education teacher, she has become a groundbreaking woman in the field of women and sport in South Africa, where she initiated the formation of Women in Sport South Africa, WASA, in 1996, and is the founder and chairperson of South African Women and Sport Foundation. I now welcome to the stage the driving force behind it all, Ms. Nthambi Ravele.
Good morning. There's no time where I am excited like the August month, where we, from the 1st of August to the month end of August, we are everywhere talking about women. But also, I think we don't take advantage, or let me not say we, I'm saying some of us, we don't take advantage of month of August. Because whatever you can demand, whatever you can look for, you will get it in August. And I will tell you why I'm saying that. When I was the chairperson of Boxing South Africa, I initiated the fact that in August, in the whole of August, if government is funding boxing, there should be a women's bout in that funding. And that extended in a way that we then push it much stronger to then say, we want a women's only boxing event where the referee, the umpire, the doctors, the boxers, and the promoters are women. And they gave us. So do you see that you are not using month of August, you guys? So we have to use it to make sure that we get what we want. Because of as soon as it goes out of August, they don't even listen to us. They don't even, for now, they will listen to us. But after August, hey, it becomes harder. But all in all, I just want to give you, for those who are coming for the first time in this conference, just to give you a background of SAWAFS. We are an NGO, and we do advocacy for women in sport. We do advocacy training. We do mentorship training. We do also mentorship ourselves. Even if we are not doing mentorship the way we want, we know how we want it, but because of lack of funding, we are actually not doing what we want, but mentorship is happening. We do research in the IWG conference, which is the World Women and Sport Conference. We actually make sure that every time when it goes, we have a paper to present from South Africa. on our research. We do leadership training. Yesterday, we have amazing women who are here today, 25 of them. We were doing Future Leaders Masterclass, and which went very well, and possibly they will share their experience whilst they are sitting with you here. We do also conferences like this one. Every year, put it in your diary. Every year, the last weekend of August. We chose the last weekend because of the 9th of August is too busy and all other dates. So every year, the last of August, the last weekend of August, we have conference on women in sport. So diarize it and make sure that you attend our conferences. We have different speakers from South Africa, sometimes from Africa, but always possibly to also include in our international speakers. So we would be having our international speakers today. But also the reason why we have these sessions, we want you guys to network. And that's why I was saying to those who came in groups, you are not going to sit with your group. You should mingle around. So I'm seeing the boxing ladies sitting there together. So very soon you should be spreading and mixing with other women. So what is the benefit of our conference is the fact that in every conference we come out with resolutions. So out of those resolutions, it's what you say during the sessions. We take those resolutions, we then move with those resolutions. If it's things that we can do, we do. If it's things that you came out with, we have to put it to another organization, we pass that issue to the other organization. And I will give you an example. In 2017, I think, women who attended that conference, they said, no, man, it's too much. We want representation of women in all levels, and they said we want 50% representation. We took it to SASCOC. And SASCOC today, they implemented that in 3 years back. They implemented that 50%, and SASCOC even went more further. They have more than 60% representation of women in their board. What I raised even yesterday when we have the deputy president of SASCOC, is that our next move should be how do we make sure that that goes to the federations themselves, so that it shouldn't only be, I mean, it's 3 years now, and there's not even one federation that moved a step closer to 50%. So possibly that should be one of our strategy. So we also again came up with the resolution that we need a women in sport policy. And one of our board members in SASCOC, when they had a meeting with the minister, she actually mentioned that the minister at that time started that action, and that's why we are going to review the policy. We actually also moved about, took a resolution on equal pay and prize money. And you see now more people are talking about equal pay and equal money. And that's the influence that this conference does in South Africa. We challenge policies. We make sure that whenever we pick up anything that closes women from participating in sport, we challenge it. We went to ICASA when ICASA had public hearings on broadcasting, and we complain about the fact that there's very little women's events on television. And I was happy at that forum because of even some of the organizations started actually referring to our presentation as and you can see now it's much better, but it's not what we want. We wrote letters to SuperSport because of we knew that SABC they can't even televise men's sport, but with SuperSport they have so many channels, and we tried to push that. We have met, I think, with more than 3 CEOs when they change. When the new CEO comes, we still send another letter and remind them about women. And actually, I don't blame them that much because of they are trying their best, but again, we need more. We went back to SABC to say you had a program on women and sport on television, which you put during the day when women are working. Can you bring back that program during the weekend? So they said it's coming. We were still going to follow that one up. So the point is one that I'm bringing up is that what you say in this conference, if it's things that we can do, we will do. If it's things that we cannot do, we will actually communicate with those organizations that have to help us and make sure that there's change for women in sport. And there's a whole lot of other areas that we intervened. I can't go on that. And some of the issues that we intervene, we don't actually want to discuss them because of, our counterparts, sometimes they want to own up some of their achievements. So we allow them to own it up, to say, I started 1, 2, 3, because of our aim, it's not for us to be praised. Our aim is for you to get opportunity to participate or to be promoted in positions. So if they do that without us saying it, we are happy. So those are the things that we do. And I just want, in a way of welcoming you, to say thank you so much for honoring our invitation. And next year, I think we are going to make sure that we make it bigger and better. But thank you so much. I'm not going to talk about our speakers because of I will be taking the MC's job. Our lovely program director, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma and Tommy, and once again, thank you for having me as the program director. Always an honor to be standing in front of a room with such phenomenal people that make such a big contribution and impact in the world of sports. Now, let's get to the housekeeping. So the program is jam-packed, and we are looking forward to fruitful discussions that will contribute to the growth of women in sport from strength to strength. But we have to do the house rules quickly. You can find the lavatories out of the door on your left. And I would like to request that you all switch your electronic devices to silent mode at this stage, please. But also don't switch it off, because we do want you to post about today on social media. Our hashtags are hashtag, now you can write this down, grab a pen. Hashtag 2024 SAWAS advocacy. So it's SAWASF and then advocacy. And then the other hashtag is hashtag 2024 SAWAS conference. So the one is advocacy and the other one is conference. And then for the Wi-Fi, on my right hand, on that whiteboard near the window, there we have the Wi-Fi password. So you don't have an excuse not to post on social media today. So then there will be an opportunity for questions at the end of each address. And our first break will be at 11, just to stretch your legs before we start our roundtable discussions. Thank you for joining us, ladies. We'd like to have the room full, so the more the merrier. And then after our roundtable discussions, we will have our panel discussion before we break once again for lunch at 1. And then we will return for further discussions and presentations. And we'll be wrapping it all up at 17:30, so 5:30 p.m. before we then will enjoy a braai and then an opportunity for networking. Networking, very important. So we will have an opportunity for that at 6 as well. So during our breaks, please chat to as many people as you can and just, tell your story, share your story, and let's see how we can make a difference in the world of sport. And so, like I said, this is a jam-packed program, so I kindly request that you stick to and respect the allocated time slots, please. If you will, we already went over it, so if we can catch up, that will be great. So now that the housekeeping is handled, I am extremely excited to introduce our first keynote speaker, Ms. Mandy Shepherd. Ms. Shepherd is an accomplished attorney, notary, and conveyancer at Louis Gishen and Associates Inc. in Johannesburg. With a deep passion for law, she specializes in litigation, finding great satisfaction in securing reimbursements for vital medical procedures, defending against unfounded claims, and ensuring the enforcement of her clients' rights. Mandy understands the strain and expense of legal battles, striving always to resolve matters efficiently and cost effectively. Beyond her legal practice, Mandy serves as a trusted advisor to provincial and district sports federations, sporting organizations, and clubs. She provides counseling on governance issues, annual general meetings, and matters concerning non-profit organizations and voluntary associations. Her expertise also extends to interpreting and implementing constitutions and bylaws. Now, Mandy will be providing us with an in-depth review of the Women in Sport policy of South Africa, which is very important. Her work in this area is both groundbreaking and essential as we look to shape the future of women in sports. So please join me in welcoming Amanda Shepherd.
Oh, you took my stuff. I wonder if we can't dim the lights a little bit. I don't know if everybody can see that. Is that one fine? Right, good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me? My topic is an in-depth review of the Women in Sport policy of South Africa, but I've called it Translating Words into Action, because it is vitally important that a Women in Sport policy be more than simply a collection of words that we read and then shove into a drawer somewhere forgotten. A Women in Sport policy has to be a framework for action. It has to have concrete solutions and actions that can be implemented by stakeholders. Now, I'm going to ask a question here, and I'm going to ask it again later. Who is ultimately responsible for implementing this policy? The answer is each and every one of you. You are the women that this policy speaks about and to. This is your policy. You are going to have to take it into your clubs, your federations, your organizations, and you're going to have to ensure that they implement the principles that we're going to extract from it. So the first step to that is obviously understanding and having a bit of a knowledge around this policy. I've got to adopt a particular approach here because there is a lot of content. So there's a lot of information and a lot of data in this policy. We're going to have to focus on specific aspects and examples and go through a step-by-step process. I'm going to deal with the current status first so that you know where the document is now. I'm not going to go through the historical background, but its current status. Then we'll look a little bit at format. Then we're going to look slightly at content, and mostly I'm going to focus on the barriers and the solutions because this is the meat and this is what you need to know. But the content and current status will help you understand where this document is at the moment and what we need to do to get it out into the federations. So the current status, a draft was published in 2023. There was then a round where public could provide comments, and those comments were going to be provided by June 2023. I was very privileged to be part of the joint submission of SAWAFS and Tuks University. At that stage, when we looked at the policy, there was still a lot of research and a lot of background in the policy, but it was a little bit thin on the actions. So we submitted our comments, along with everybody else who submitted comments, and a different draft version was published towards the end of 2023. A lot of those comments were incorporated, but not much was taken out. So the document still has a lot of content and a lot of background and a lot of theory. There was a further round of workshops that happened. It was organized by the provincial departments in each province. At those workshops, it was a little bit of a start about what the policy was, but the main aim of the workshop was to put us all into separate breakout rooms to discuss an implementation plan and costing. So federations, or provincial federations and district federations, to the extent that there was a representative there, because there wasn't always representatives, were put in one room, along with one or two members of SASCOC. Then grassroots organizations, community clubs were put in another breakout room, and government was in a third breakout room, provincial, municipal, national, whoever was there. And the purpose of those breakout rooms was to develop the implementation plan and costing. Now that is an annexure at the end of the policy, but it contains a lot of data. It's extremely difficult to read. So what I've done is I've modified it, and I've put 2 copies on each table, which I've taken some of the columns out to make it easier to read. The intention was, I think, to develop a working implementation plan, and we were led to believe that the policy would be implemented in January 2024. It's still not implemented. I understand that the barrier at the moment is that the department's working out a costing. Now, this shouldn't be a barrier to implementing the policy. Costing is something that can be worked out by each provincial, national department, by each municipality, by each federation as they go along, but the policy needs to get out there. We've actually lost a year because some of the milestones that were anticipated were January 2025. That's around the corner. We're not going to meet those milestones unless that policy comes into play right now. In fact, we've lost not just 1 year, we've lost 4 years. And I'll tell you why we've lost 4 years. This year is an Olympic year. So we've actually had a few AGMs in federations already. And I can promise you, they have not implemented 50% women. So we've lost 4 years. There is no way for us to go back to those federations and say, sorry, rehold your AGM now because this policy that's due to come into place anticipates that there should be 50% women and that if the president is a male, the vice should have been a female. So we've lost 4 years by this delay. We need to get on top of this and we need to get this policy out. As I mentioned, there's a lot of content to the policy, so I'm hoping to facilitate maybe that it gets put on SWAF's website or that it gets emailed so that you can see it, because it really, for half an hour, can't go into everything. But what I'd like to look at is the format of the policy as well. There are different types of formats for policies. You can get what I call a colloquial or informal policy, and I think maybe Ireland's policy is a little bit more like that, where there are lots of pictures and short statements and it's easy to read. You get an academic type policy, which has a lot of research and a lot of data and a lot of history in it, and then you get a legal type policy. A legal type policy has more, it's framed like legislation. It has directives and actions, and there are penalties if you don't comply. This draft policy is a hybrid of academic and legal. It has a lot of research and a lot of context and a lot of data to it. And then there are some actions. So that's why I say it's a hybrid. It tends to follow the template and the framework that it's in the National Policy Development Framework of 2020. In my view, it has too much research and data. A federation needs to be able to get to the heart of what they need to do. And the moment you make it too complicated, somebody's going to take it and go, I don't know what's expected of me, and put it down. It needs to have clear actions that federations must implement. And it needs to be easy to read. They need to be able to find that in the heart of the document. So I think we need to revise the structure just a little bit. Research is important. I'm not saying it's not. But we have a framework in South Africa for preliminary documents. You have white papers and green papers. A lot of the research and the data and the theory can be in those papers, and the policy itself must then be the directives and the actions. Let me just move along here. I think I'm forgetting my slides, ladies. All right, let's move along. Okay. Right. So, from a structure perspective, there are a lot of introductory paragraphs. So it's got a foreword by the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture. It's got an executive summary. There's acronyms and definitions. It also has an introduction and a background, a problem statement, policy, vision, aim, and objectives. And there's a lot of information contained in these paragraphs. A lot of them relate to the why, not to the how. It is important to understand the why so that you can reach the how to resolve it, but it could have been slightly more concise. There are some nuggets in it though, and I'd like to focus. There are 8 strategic directives that the policy seeks to address. And I'm going to read them from mine. They are participation and excellence. So we want to improve the participation of women. So the 8 strategic priorities are participation and excellence, coaching, officiating and support, leadership and governance, visibility, framing and advocacy, safeguarding and integrity, sport for development, Team SA delivery, and hosting of sports events. And the Department of Sport is the policy owner. It is to coordinate the roles and responsibilities and the key areas of collaboration to guide a robust agenda for collective action. The policy is a living document, and it will guide strategic decision-making, action, and learnings. It is anticipated that this policy will evolve. So the first 16 pages of the document relate to these sort of introductory paragraphs. We then reach the barriers to participation. Now, I've decided to collate them as barriers and actions and interventions on the same slide because in the document, sections 4 and 5 are interrelated. The barriers are stated, and then under the actions in section 5, the problem is repeated, and then you've got to extract the actions through the document. So if we look at barriers to participation, I'm going to run through them quickly because I think it's fair to say we all know what the problems are. What we really were looking for in this document is the solutions, but the barriers are gender inequality and discrimination, biological, socio-cultural factors and poverty, lack of funding, sponsorship and remuneration, lack of women in leadership positions, transgender, DSD, gender-based violence, lack of media representation and exposure, lack of access to grassroots level sport, lack of access to high performance sport, inadequate infrastructure as a means of access, lack of equipment and appropriate attire, safety issues, lack of skills and capacity development, and lack of parental support. Now, the actions and interventions mainly consist of stakeholders developing policies, frameworks, strategies, guidelines. Now here I come back to what I said earlier. You are the woman that this policy speaks to and about. Whether you are an athlete, a coach, an official, an administrator, a journalist, you are the woman. You need to be involved in developing these policies, these strategies, these frameworks, and you need to make sure that your voice is heard. We can't complain that the policy doesn't cater for us if we don't stand up and make our voices heard. This document does anticipate that stakeholders must create a safe space for women to have input on this policy. And I use the word safe space because you all know what happens. I'm going to focus on some areas here. You raise your voice and you want to say something. The Federation immediately suspends you and says, oh, you're bringing it into disrepute. You're not bringing the Federation into disrepute, its actions brought it into disrepute. You are trying to raise the issue. But we're going to have to be brave. We're going to have to stand up and we're going to have to make our voices heard. Because it's vital that these policies that the stakeholders develop and these frameworks and strategies address your needs, the needs of athletes, the needs of coaches and officials, and the needs of female administrators. So we need to get our voices out there. We need to make sure we're involved in that process. We can't be passive observers or passengers along for the ride. The 2 bugbears that I'm going to focus on 2 examples of why this policy is extremely important, because we all know that our pipeline for increasing participation of girls in sport, and in fact increasing transformation, actually is going to come from grassroots. We have a completely dysfunctional sports system at grassroots. So we have got to improve that pipeline. We have got to get this policy out into those communities, and we've got to get municipalities and schools implementing these principles. Schools must make sport available for girls. They can't only make sport available for boys. And you've got to go to the principals of those schools and say, listen, it's not good enough that you've got home economics for girls. We want them to participate in sport as well. Introduce the programs. For the programs, they've got to have the resources. They've got to have the kit, They've got to have the facilities. So we've got to get grassroots growing. Leadership is my other bugbear. You know, and the federations will say, oh, but no women put their hand up. We didn't get nominees. That's absolute nonsense. The nominees are actually there, but they're blocked coming up through the nominations process. District don't put their name forward. Province don't put their name forward. There must be oversight from SASCOC, and there must be a way for the federations to be forced to ensure that it happens. And this policy must be that way. It must have a process, and it must have a set of actions that they must follow, and it must have a punitive section which says, if you don't do it, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put you under administration, or we're going to withhold funding. So we're not quite seeing that. This policy needs to develop to get a little bit further, to reach a point where the federations can't ignore it, where the federations can't spend another 4 years making more policies, making more strategies, and that they're actually starting to implement actions. The other one I just want to touch on as well is safeguarding. So we all I think there's a national policy for safeguarding, and we all interpret safeguarding as protecting an athlete from a coach or somebody else. But a lot of athletes actually need protection from their federations. This year alone, we've had a few women's teams who actually made the qualification criteria for Olympics, and they were withdrawn. They were told, well, they're not good enough, they're not going to go. There were 2 athletes who were about to compete for their qualification criteria, and they were basically sent home on a disciplinary with no hearing. So they couldn't actually compete to reach that. Now, those athletes need protection from the federation. Is it a safeguarding issue? Is it a governance issue? It might even be a human rights issue. The closest analogy is probably human rights, because they are under the control of somebody who has authority over them. You can't go through an internal process with a federation when you've been abused by that federation. There must be an independent body to actually look at that. Something like a sports ombudsman, or even SASCOC must have an office there where there can be a direct approach. That's got to be in this policy. The policy must recognize that it is important that there's collaboration with stakeholders, but there also needs to be an independent channel where women can go to get assistance, where they're not going through the federation process for disciplinary or an arbitration. All right. So, remember I mentioned that in the context of the workshops, we were developing an implementation plan. That implementation plan is contained in a table at the back of the policy. The table has a lot of columns, so it makes it quite difficult to read. What I did is I removed columns to just put the crux of it on a document, and I put 2 copies on the table, which you guys can go through during the course of the day and have a look, and it might give us some points for discussion. But I just want to highlight one. I'll list the 8 outputs, 9 outputs. So output 1 is equal access for women to sport participation and excellence, and then there's some actions that flow. Output 2, equal access for women to coaching, officiating, administration, event volunteers and support. Output 3, leadership and governance. Output 4, safeguarding and integrity. Output 5 is visibility, framing, advocacy and knowledge sharing. Output 6 is sport for development. Output 7 is Team SA delivery. Output 8 is hosting of sports events. And output 9 is policy implementation. The one I'm just going to highlight for you is output 3, leadership and governance. That provides here that there must be a targeted percentage of women on all boards. It also provides that if the president is male, the vice must be female. And it provides that a board shouldn't have more than 2 terms. It also has a monitoring and evaluation process where SASCOC could have intervened and the department could have intervened and could audit federations to make sure that that's in place. Had we had that this year, we would not have the boards that we have now. We would have boards which have more women. We would also have had some power for SASCOC and the department to step in and say, guys, postpone your AGM, form a nominations committee, let's get more women into the nominations process. We've lost that this year. So we've lost it for 4 years. The last sections of the policy tend to deal with implementation. There's another section that brings in evidence. I'm not sure why it brings in more evidence, and it deals with governance of the policy. A lot of what it provides is reporting and data, giving numbers. Now, numbers are important, but as lawyers, we like different data. We like to know why. So what I would like to see is the reports are there, but we need people to actually go into communities and look at why things are not being implemented and what's happening. And I can give you an example of that. You know, from my realm of sport, I was at a development gala, and there were far fewer girls than there was boys. So the numbers would have shown less girls, but it doesn't show the why. When we were there, I actually spoke to their coach. For teenage girls in a development situation, they don't have clothing and equipment, so they couldn't participate in that gala. They have developing bodies, and they didn't have appropriate swimwear. So once we know the why, we can deal with the how. So numbers are important, but we need to know why things are not happening. So what will happen is the policy will be published, and then if the numbers are still low, we need to know why that's happening. So we need a monitoring and evaluation process that actually gets to the heart of why the policy isn't being implemented. How am I doing for time, Joe? Good, okay. I'm going to move. Right, so we highlighted from Annexure C the leadership and governance. Okay. So the words on the front of this policy are women united in advancing development and prosperity for all. This policy needs to go a lot further than that. It actually needs to be everyone united in advancing development and prosperity for all, including women at every level of sport and leadership. Because we are going to need the collaboration of men in that exercise. They will need to collaborate with us to ensure that it happens. Collaboration doesn't necessarily mean we all sit around holding hands and we're all happy. Sometimes collaboration has to be forced. And the department needs to create a blueprint to ensure that where it provides that there must be collaboration, that collaboration actually takes place, that we're not going to be ignored, and that this policy will be implemented. Right, again, who implements this policy? You do. How do you do that? Step one is you have to be brave. You have to be prepared to stand up. And I know that's hard because nobody wants to be suspended. Nobody wants to, you don't. I mean, it's true, you don't. I mean, and now you can call me a bit of a hypocrite, but I am also a hypocrite. I don't want to be suspended either, you know? So, but we have to start being brave. We're going to have to stand up and we're going to have to make our voices heard. How do we get the information into our federations? You contact the WAFs and you ask them to do a workshop. And they will help get these principles and procedures into your federations, your clubs, your schools, your organizations. You contact somebody like me or another professional to consult with your organization. But it's so important that we not wait. Very often we have these conferences and we all talk about action and we walk away and another year passes and it doesn't happen. You need to start looking at what's in this document, even though it's a draft, even though it requires revision, start looking at it. Start taking it into the federations, take it into the clubs, take it into your organizations. Don't wait. We can't walk away from this conference and let another year pass. And it's very important for me, and here I'm prevailing upon our Deputy Minister. Madam Minister, you must please instruct the department or request the department to revise it as quickly as possible, to put it into the federations, and to get it onto the desk of the president. In fact, if that happens Monday morning, I'll be very happy. We cannot wait any longer for these principles and actions to be introduced. Thank you. Wait. I wanted to show you a picture. Can we put my slides back up? Okay, this is what we face as women in sport. Credit to whoever the artist was, but you see the men have a clear path. What's in our path? Okay. Then there's another one. Don't let your learning lead to knowledge. Let your learning lead to action. Okay.
Wow, what a way to kick off this day with that presentation. Thank you so much, Mandy. Honestly, that in-depth review and you sharing with us the policy and also what resonated with me is how you say, let's not be passive observers or passengers along for the ride. And I think it's a call to action for all of us to be brave and take action, and not just all of us here that is gathered here in Pretoria today, but also those of you joining us online on YouTube. Just a reminder that we are live on YouTube today. So to those of you joining us online and all of you in the room, like I think to start off this day already with getting a call to action of who are the people that's supposed to drive this force? Who are the people that's supposed to make the change? And it is us in this room and all of us tuned in. And honestly, to kick off the day like that, thank you so much, Mandy. Honestly, I gained a lot of insight into what is left to do. And the time to do it is now. So now we'll open up the room for some questions. So please feel free to raise your hand and then we'll get a microphone to you. So please don't be a passive observer. Get on the ride and be the one driving it.
Good morning, everyone. Busisiwe Sijoga, Sports Officer at Sfakomakhato Health Sciences University. Got two questions. One is in regards to a policy as an overall policy, not just this specific one. How long should you wait to review a particular policy? The period that you need to wait. And then secondly, my question is, how do we tackle the fact that some federations or maybe some workspaces, they will adhere to the policy and have that 50-50 or have a woman on top, but then now the problem is that there's no support. It's like you were thrown under the bus. There's no support to support you or something to empower your capacity building. How do we tackle that? Because some do, but then they're like, oh, the policy says we must do this. Okay, woman is a CEO or is a chairperson, but then there's no support. How do we tackle those issues? Thank you.
Do you want to wait for?
Can I answer one at a time, I think? Okay, there is, in the implementation section of the policy, it does envisage that once it's implemented, there is going to be stages of review. So I think the first one, it's because it is an evolving document and it's going to have to be an evolving document. So I think the first one is around about 6 months. Then there's another one in 2 years. And then in 5 years' time, there's a full review to see whether it needs to be replaced or what needs to change. The second part of that question, and I know it, women are often sabotaged in these positions. Never mind just not assisted, but they're actively sabotaged. And we need, for me, a more aggressive SASCOC who actually intervenes and who actually has an oversight role and even an ombud. Because what's happening is when you have a dispute, you're kind of told, well, you've got to go through the internal channels. And it's a scorched earth policy where you literally exhaust it. You exhaust your funds in arbitrations, you exhaust your funds in litigation, and you ultimately give up. Or you land up just sitting silently in a corner. The other thing that needs to happen is an organization like SAWAFS needs to mentor women in those positions to help you step into your power. Because we also know that sometimes the women who do get chosen are the ones where those federation presidents think will toe the line. Now, SAWAFS can help you actually step out and start stepping into your power in those boards. You might have gone into them because the president thought you would toe the line, but SAWAFS can help you actually take ownership of that leadership position.
Any other questions?
Is it still morning? Good morning. Onalyn Natsaye, Northwest Sport Confederation Acting Secretary, equally South African National Open Boxing Deputy Secretary. I would like to ask if for this policy where Federation actually consulted, were there even inputs from more especially masculine sports where we see men being dominant in every aspect? Because one of the things that from last year's presentation that we have noted was the fact that men actually present things on our behalf. I'm from boxing. The lady that just walked in there is from boxing too. Where you are talking about policies that I get to hear about for the very first time here, yet I'm in a federation that is very masculine. It becomes a bit confusing for me because who was there speaking on behalf of me? One, I'm in NEC. I should have known about the policy being drafted or anything. I go to the lowest level to a point where I own a club myself. So either there is a miscommunication or no consultation, but whichever one needs to be addressed. We also are at a point where we are drafting policies all the time. My question is, this policy might be the 5th, the 6th, yet there is less implementation where we see it. As I'm saying, I'm the deputy secretary from Sanabo. I know the struggles that actually I go through for just being a woman. Not only that, for just even being young. Our leadership mostly, they are not under youth. I believe in the NEC, I'm the only one under youth categorization, which means there's a lot that is not being done. These policy mostly, they actually even contain succession plan. What is a succession plan with a 55-year-old man or woman going to be in the policy? Where else a person who's young is being looked down at. The person who's young, people feel like she or he doesn't have knowledge to actually drive a federation and even the experience. The other thing will be the monitoring tools for where we are. What are we really doing to see that these policies, one, they are implemented? If they are implemented, how far are we with it? Because we come as, this is not the only, in August, this is not the only event that we attend. There are many events that speaks to women in a yearly basis where we are having discussions There is no monitoring tool, there is no feedback, there is no, with this policy, we are this far, specific policy. And you are going to see that even these policies are at a point where they duplicate each other. This one might be biting off from a certain policy that's already there, which is not that much implemented at this point. So it goes to a point where we ask ourselves, do we continue doing drafts of policies where else the ones that we already have, we haven't even implemented them to a point where we would say 30% of those policies. Thank you.
So communication is a big issue, and it's a big issue in almost every single federation. That's one aspect of it. You never get to hear anything. I mean, I see it, that communication doesn't filter down through the department into SASCOC, into the federation, and then the federation is supposed to send it down into each province and into each district and into each club. Half the time it stops at the national federation level and they never actually disseminate it down. That's the one thing. The other thing is we have a top-down approach, and that has to change. We have to have a bottom-up approach. The people on the ground are the ones that we have to consult with, the ones who are affected. Now, half the time, I don't know about you, but mostly you don't even know where the AGM is taking place. Nobody tells you the date it's happening. Nobody tells you where it's going to be. Nobody's allowed to attend. You get 2 delegates from a province who get to go and vote. You don't even know what's on the agenda. That needs to change. We need a bottom-up approach of governance, not a top-down. A federation is there in a position of service. It serves its members. Its members are the ones that are supposed to give it a mandate. And that is a fundamental change. And that's something that we need to see in the policy, because for years we've had this top-down approach. And it's a pretty arrogant approach, because your governing body says, well, we know what's best for you, so this is what you're just going to have to do. But that's a fundamental mind shift. I don't know if the policy will be able to go that far at this stage, but it's something we need to start working on. We need to actually, members need to understand that they are the ones that have the power. They need to change that process. They need to go to their districts and say, this is our mandate. These are the people we want you to nominate, because you never get to, you don't hear who's been nominated for the board positions. You need to come and you need to give instructions to that district board. The district board must then go to the provincial board and must then go to the national board. We need a bottom-up approach, but I honestly also don't know how we implement that. But it's something that's vitally important. We need this mind shift. Top-down must change.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that was very profound, the bottom up. Then I'm going to take one there at the back, so we can move the mic to the back, please. Is the mic on?
Much. Ufenze Lebete. I'm in local government, sport administration, and I'm also a board member for Central Gauteng Lions Cricket. So perhaps with all the questions we have in mind about the policy, which has been a hanging document for many, many, many years, we are in this room as advocates. Is it not possible to then say, is SASCOC with SAWAFS and the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture able to sit and start assisting in the review of this policy? We've got International Women's Day next year, March. Just to kickstart the conversations, because we're going to sit here and ask ourselves questions. There's a lady from Sanabo who's very concerned about boxing, which was a hot topic yesterday as well. So perhaps that could be one of the resolutions we take out of this room, to say, those in the room today, let's help in kickstarting that conversation. It's what, 4 more months this year? About 7 months' time, we should get to a point where we're saying, this is how far we are in assisting the department in reviewing this policy. Thank you.
Okay, we are not going to respond at the moment, and Ruth is here who deals with from the department. She will be summarizing after all the questions. So I have my own answers, so for now I won't be saying anything. Yeah.
There in the back, Doctor.
Thank you. My name is Rendani Mrauzi. Amanda and I and a few others worked on the draft. We wrote about 15 pages of our comments, which were rejected the day before the closing date for comments. So I just want the women here to take this discussion very seriously. Because one, I don't feel that the policy has been benchmarked. One. And most of us know about policies. When you are at school, there's always the school's code of conduct. You know you must do this not to get punished or to get expelled. This policy is not clear on those issues. Who should be doing what? What are the limits that they can do, cannot do? To me, this is a tick box exercise. Government is going to have a policy, women in sport policy, it's done, forget about it, nothing changes. So I think from a man, take it that is a fair warning, that it doesn't speak to what Amanda said, action. There's no action. And it's taking too long. Where other countries, I mean, the US, it took them 50 years for Title X to really kick in, Title IX. 50 years. And we are yet to come out with a policy. So I just want to get you to check your internet, find out what's going on in other world. Don't wait for the Federation to tell you what should be done and so on. Information is readily available. And it's more when we are observant, we pick up, I think Amanda mentioned it, learning. If we keep on learning and we associate with the right people, we don't associate with the wrong leaders in our federations to advance our own agendas, that will get somewhere. But according to me, and I'm a male, that policy doesn't help women at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I will now ask Ms. Ruth to come to the stage and just address you all in regards to the topics discussed. And then later during our panel discussions, we will also address these questions and issues. So, Ma Ruth, can you please come forward? We're going to give her the mic.
I'll just answer whatever. Okay, and then we'll have it. Oh, I must go there. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Mijalefor from National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm one of the officials that are driving this policy. Maybe let's start by saying a review, because it is still a draft version. So right now we are saying let's make sure that we improve or we make relevant comments or inputs into the policy. The policy can only be reviewed after it has been approved, implemented maybe for a 5-year period. Then we review based on the identified problems or challenges along the way. So maybe for now, let's just say, because it's still in a draft stage right now, maybe let's not make a use of the term review, according to I may be wrong. Then federations were consulted through SASCOG, and I must say attendance was a bit low, not high, was a bit low. Even in the provinces, consultations were done wherein provincial federations were invited. Again, attendance was not that good. The consultations or workshops that were conducted, they were organized by the national department, not by the provinces. The cabinet, before the policy can be discussed at the cabinet, there are some processes that each and every department must follow. For example, the policy must first be discussed or presented at the technical working group. That was done. Then from there, it was also presented at the DG's cluster. Then from there, it went to the cabinet. By that time, we were asking the cabinet to make sure that the policy, the draft policy, must be commented by the public. Indeed, that was done. Public comments were there. So the cabinet itself said, they instructed the national department to make sure that before the policy can be implemented or can be approved, there must be the implementation plan and the costing plan. That's where now the implementation plan and the costing plan has been drafted. So in other words, before the cabinet can approve the policy, of which it was supposed to be done in March, but because of the elections, we were advised to stop. So right now, because elections have been passed, we have got the 7th administration. At any time, cabinet can call the national department to come and present, and they're going to look at the implementation plan and the costing plan. So in other words, it's a must for the policy to have the costing plan before cabinet can approve it. The comments that were made in the government gazette, all of them were considered. However, we know that not all 100% comments will be saying they are correct, but they were all taken into account. And I must say, most of the comments, almost 90% or 95%, were relevant, were indeed incorporated into the policy. The actions as to who and why and when, that's where we're coming up with the implementation plan, which explains what are the outputs. It comes from the theory of change. Theory of change, it talks about the impact, outcomes, output, activities, and the resources. So now, the implementation plan is somehow talking to the theory of change. The activities, who's going to do the activities? That's when the table talks about the roles and responsibilities and the time frame. When will that happen? Indeed, it's late. This policy has been in a draft version for a long time. Really, we need to make sure that it gets approved and gets implemented. Maybe let me pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. So before we go to our next speaker, she will be joining us from the United Kingdom. So our next keynote speaker is Ms. Lisa O'Keefe, MBE. Lisa O'Keefe is the Secretary General of the International Working Group, IWG, on Women and Sport, which is the world's largest network dedicated to advancing gender equality in sport. Lisa's previous role was Executive Director of Insight at Sport England, where she led the globally recognized This Girl Can campaign. A former international sportswoman herself, Lisa is an advocate for women's sport with extensive knowledge regarding the barriers women and girls face, the need for research and insight to create systemic change, and the value of the IWG for connecting people wanting to make these changes. Today, Lisa will be unpacking the need to identify change champions to lead the acceleration progress in women and sport. Her leadership and expertise in this field are truly inspiring, and we are really looking forward to hear from Lisa. But like you know, technology and online connection, it's just a slight delay, but we will be going online soon. So please take a sip of water. Remember to stay hydrated. We are all sports people. Hydration is important. And just look at the person next to you and just have a conversation and just reflect on all we have discussed thus far.
This is Kukus on 92. O mametse Kukus. Uta.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that short break, and I love to see the networking happening in the room. Lovely to see. As I mentioned before, our new keynote speaker is Ms. Lisa O'Keefe, MBE from the United Kingdom. Lisa, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Thank you so much for joining us, Lisa. I have mentioned before our short break that you will be discussing the importance of identifying change champions to lead the acceleration of progress in women and sport. And your leadership and expertise in this field are truly inspiring, and we are looking forward to hear what you have to share with us. So welcome, Lisa O'Keefe.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been asked today to share my perspectives on the importance of change champions in leading the acceleration of progress in women and girls sport. I should say from the start that my views are shaped by my experiences as an international athlete, as a coach, as a volunteer in my local club, as a sports administrator, and that includes 15 years as Exec Director of Sport England, and now Secretary General of IWG Women in Sport. And it's those experiences, as well as the knowledge that I've picked up during my career in sport, that really have shaped my views in response to this question. Today, I'm going to not only focus on the importance of change champions, but also on what we're learning about what it takes to deliver sustained change in sport for women and girls. Now, I know that many of you will be familiar with the work of the International Working Group on Women in Sport, or as IWG as we refer to it. In particular, you'll be aware of the excellent work of the team when IWG was hosted in Botswana. Hopefully many of you attended the Global Summit in Gaborone in 2018. For those of you less familiar with the organisation, IWG is the world's largest network dedicated to gender equality in sport. And in truth, the best way to think about IWG is as a network of networks. And this is really important because we don't seek to replicate or replace existing networks. We seek to identify and plug them all together, hence our strong relationship with the South African Women in Sport Foundation. We were founded 30 years ago to encourage collaboration and to share knowledge and learning around the globe. And we're a truly global organisation with the Secretariat moving country and continent every 4 years, with past host nations including Finland, Japan, New Zealand and Botswana. For those of you who are interested, you can read of the achievements of each of those secretariats on the IWG website. But one of the most significant achievements from IWG's time in Botswana was the success in bringing stakeholders together from across the continent to connect, to collaborate, and to form the Women's Sport Africa Network. And we remain indebted to the work of Matilda Mawaba and Hami Motibi for the leadership at that time. I'm also grateful to Hami, who's now the Africa representative on the IWG Global Board, ensuring that the region's views are brought to discussions and that we continue to shine a light on the good practice across the continent. The strength of the networks across Africa were so clear to me when we recently launched our small grant programme, the Anita White Fund, and it was no surprise then when so many successful bids came from projects based in so many different African states. And I will say this now so I don't forget, when we host the next IWG Global Summit in Birmingham, in the United Kingdom in July 2026, Hami and I are both determined that Africa will be well represented amongst both the speakers and the delegates, because we know you have so much learning and experience to share globally. So back to IWG. IWG's role it's really simple. It's about bringing people together. We want to bring change champions together to accelerate progress, contributing to a world where all women and girls can thrive, focusing on the structures and the systems of sport. And why do we focus on the systems? What do I mean by that? Well, we focus on the systems because we believe really strongly that you don't rise to the level of your goals or your ambitions. You fall to the level of your systems. Before I go too much further down the track of talking about systems and what I mean by that, I do just want to recognise the fact that this is a hugely exciting time for sport globally. And in a lot of countries, I am constantly thrilled when I see not just the change that's happening, but the speed of change. And I do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the great strides that are being made for women and girls in and through sport around the globe, including South Africa. And just taking my sport of rugby union, the game has absolutely transformed for women and girls since I brought the first touring side women's rugby team to South Africa back in 2002. Now, that's not to say, of course, there's not a long way to go, but I think it is really important that we always remember where we've come from and the progress that's being made. Globally, we are seeing change impacting. And in terms in particular, I think of this sustained investment that we're seeing. So where we are seeing examples of either nations or sports or franchise organisations where they're investing in a sustained way in women's sport, we're seeing the unlocking not just of the potential of the athletes, but also the growth potential of women's sport in terms of building the fan base, in terms of creating what Deloitte call the virtuous circle of women's sport. And the more we see evidence of that, and the more we're able to demonstrate that through the research and the impact, the more we're able to make the case that investing in women's sport really is an investment for impact, for outcomes that are really valuable. But of course, it's not just elite sport where we're seeing progress being made. We are seeing at the heart of communities, local clubs and community groups demonstrating day in, day out the power of sport and physical activity to deliver a broad range of social outcomes, advancing opportunities for women and girls in and through sport. But I guess the question is, are we making enough progress? And are we accelerating change as much as we could and should? Now, in IWG, every 4 years, we conduct research to track progress towards gender equality in sport and physical activity. And for those of you that are interested, the full version of this report is freely available on the IWG Insight Hub. Now, for me, the beauty of this research is we ask people who are working in the sports sectors across all continents. We ask people who are volunteering in the sports systems across all continents. what they believe to be the big issues which require urgent action when it comes to women and girls sport. And here you are. Here are the top 6 urgent issues. And we've also in the report, and you can see this in more detail, we've broken down these issues by continent. So if you look here, you can see the second column, so that's Africa, and where the box is filled in, that's where that was identified as one of the key issues. And you can compare that to the first column, which is the international response, which is where we've aggregated all of the responses around the globe. Now, looking at these issues, you might be thinking, nothing particularly surprising here, right? Nothing, no big sort of game changers here. And I would say the same. I'm not surprised. These issues, which we all identify as being the key issues, they are very familiar to me as a woman who has played and worked in sport all of her life. So I'm not surprised, but I'm absolutely disappointed. And the reason why I'm disappointed is because these are the same big issues for urgent action which feature every time we do a survey. And that's a lot of years. And so it would appear, just at the surface level here, looking at this, that progress is not being made. We're not achieving the change that we want. We've still got a long way to go. So even though, there's a lot of good momentum, this demonstrates to us that there are big, significant issues and we need to find a way to tackle them. Now, interestingly, when we then look at sports strategies around the world that reference either women and girls sport or physical activity, whether that be a women's specific strategy or whether it be a national or international strategy which features reference to women and girls sport, we find there are 7 themes. Now, either all of these themes or a combination of these themes feature in every single strategy. And those of you that have been looking in detail here will have noticed that these 7 themes absolutely align with the big issues for urgent action. So that's real positive news. The other piece of positive news is that there are many more examples of strategies for women's sport or action plans or frameworks or toolkits focused on women and girls sport that I can remember in all my time working in sport. So that, again, real positive. So we know what the issues are. We're seeing more and more organisations producing documents, action plans that absolutely are highlighting those issues and actions that they want to take to address them. So what's the problem here? Well, what we also noticed when we started to really drill in to these strategies is that almost a third of them have absolutely no targets attached to them. Almost half of them had no resource allocated to them. And I guess that's why just over half of them had not been evaluated either during the lifetime of the strategy or post that strategy period. Now, I totally understand that securing resource can be difficult and there are many, many competing demands for resources. But there is so much evidence being built now of the value of investing in sport and physical activity for women and girls, whether that be in performance terms or whether that be in social outcomes. So this is very much telling us that the issue here is not the what, we know what it is, it's very much about the how. And what's also clear to me from my time working in sport is that if we're going to accelerate progress, we absolutely need change champions who are willing to make the case and demonstrate why good investment into sport and physical activity for women and girls is exactly that. It is an investment. This is not a CSR donation. This is not money that is somehow being lost. This is an investment for outcomes that changes lives. And we are able to demonstrate through the research just what good value that investment is. So really being able to be that change champion for making that case is so important. One observation which makes me so confident that we can accelerate progress is the willingness when it comes to women and girls sport to collaborate. I regularly observe organisations who would normally be competing against each other in the world of sport, sharing knowledge and learning and collectively working to grow women's sport. That idea that a rising tide lifts all boats. You know, we are building here the base and the opportunities. We really don't need to be competing, and that comes through to me wherever I travel around the world. And it's that willingness to collaborate which sits at the heart of another significant lesson being learned. And if you take, honestly, just one message from me today, make it this one, right? So the big message I want you to take away is that we need to fix the system, not the women and girls. The issue here is not the women and girls. It's that many of the ways in which sport is delivered has been designed by men for men. Now, I don't say that to the men in the audience. Please don't take that the wrong way. I don't say that in that, you know, I'm in some way trying to have a go at the guys here. I believe really strongly that change doesn't have to come at the expense of men and boys. In fact, we can't achieve it without men and boys supporting women and girls in these places and spaces. And this is about us genuinely together working to create sport in a way that enables everyone to thrive, which actually is when sport is at its best, because that's where it's situated, in the heart of our communities. You know, it's so important to our culture, to our communities, and it is at its best when everybody feels really engaged and part of that. But the first step in recognising that there are parts of the sports system that make it difficult for women and girls to take part, the first step in doing that is recognising it and talking about it and being a champion for changing that system. Because that's hard, isn't it? That often is where it's difficult, because it's the way we've always done it and the history and heritage attached to it. There's a lot of symbolism to a lot of the things that happen in sport, but we've got to be brave enough to call that out and say, no, we can hold on to what's special about sport, but we can still change it and adapt it to allow more people to come in and benefit from taking part in sport and physical activity. Now, why is it that this system approach is so important? Well, often when I see examples of sports programs and projects, again, around the world, what I see is very well considered and thought out programs which target the individual. They're about the person at the heart of this and what we can do to help equip that individual to be able to take part in that sport or activity. But that assumes to a certain extent that the issue is the individual. And the truth is, we don't live in a vacuum. We don't make decisions about what we do and how we behave in isolation to the world around us. There's a complex ecosystem around us which shapes our attitudes, our behaviours, and our experiences of sport. And so if we only focus on the barriers and the motivations of individuals, we won't be able to form a full understanding of the issues driving inequalities and the potential solutions available to us. Just think about the systems around your sport and around your activities. Do those systems help or hinder women and girls from taking part in roles at all levels in your sport? Think about the places and the spaces, that social environment where your sport is played. Does that help or hinder? What's the culture? What are the social norms Is there discrimination or exclusions? How does that play out in those places and spaces? And to what extent do organisations and institutions so central to the delivery of your sport and your activities create appropriate opportunities? Do they make all women and girls not just feel welcome or included, do they make them feel safe and wanted? What is it about the physical environments in which those activities take place that either help or hinder? And finally, what are the impacts of the policies in those places or in those sports? Are they helping? Are they hindering? Are some policies actually working against each other or not being applied as was intended when they were created? This is where we really need to focus our attention and really start to understand not just how each of these levels have an impact, but how they interplay against each other. Now, often when I talk about tackling the system, people can be daunted by what feels big and possibly really difficult. And those people who do this well around the world have found that the best way to approach this is to get parts of the system to collaborate. You don't need to get the whole system together in one big bang. And it might simply be in a place or in your sport, just get a few people who have an ability to influence each of those levels of the system in a room and start talking about what the experience is of the women and girls that you're trying to bring into sport and how the system could better enable them to do that. I suspect that many of you listening to me today are already operating in this way and that you have some really interesting stories to tell. And where that's the case, IWG really does want to work with you to tell those stories, because often with this systems approach, people talk in the theory. What we want to do is talk about the applied way in which this is changing people's lives. So we are really interested to hear your stories and to work with you to promote that, whether that be on our Insight Hub, whether that be in future IWG webinars, or whether it be in our Global Summit in 2026. And of course, when I talk about the system, I'm talking about people. I'm talking about all of us. We are the sport and physical activity system. And it genuinely doesn't take many people within that system, in a sport or in a place, to be those champions of change, collaborating to not only accelerate the pace of change, but to create unstoppable change. Just to sum up then, research is showing us that if we want to accelerate progress in women and girls sport, first of all, we need to have a plan, right? It's obvious. And the good news is there are many more of those plans that exist. The second big message is those plans really do need to be tackling how we fix the system, to really get into some of those at times difficult conversations about how we need to change the way in which we've always done this in order to create an opportunity, an environment where many more people feel safe, feel included, and feel that they can thrive in that environment. And that really is about fixing the system and not the women. We also know that collaboration is key, right? Because if we're going to work as a system, we can't do that in isolation. And that's difficult. And for those of you who work in organisations where you are often the funders of activity, it's even harder. And I say that as somebody who worked at Sport England for a lot of years. We're the biggest funder of community sport in England. And that's really hard when you have your application processes, you have your approaches, your way of doing things. It's actually quite hard to go into a meeting and sort of put that to one side and start with what is the need here and what do we understand about how we need to deliver to that need, and then design a way of delivering which often can feel different and can feel uncomfortable. So incentivizing collaboration and working together and bringing agencies, clubs, organizations together, that's where we start to get big change that really does start to create the sort of sustained big change that I know we all want. The fourth big message from all of this is we've got to have those plans, but we've got to set meaningful milestones, targets, and we've got to resource appropriately. And again, you know, target setting, that can be difficult. What we've got to do is really challenge ourselves to be clear what the targets are that will tell us we're heading in the right direction. You know, really think about this from the perspective of what is the change that we're trying to achieve, what will tell us that we're on target to do that, therefore what targets will keep us honest. But we've also got to be, and I mean this, brave enough to course correct, because often we set up projects, we set up programs, we secure the funding, we get people in place, we start delivering activity, and it's just not working. And it's really difficult then to kind of take a step back and say, well, why is this? Why is this not working as I'd intended? And make changes, particularly if we made funding commitments, we've got people in post. But the more we can really encourage all of us to keep on doing that good evaluation and be prepared to course correct, that's where the learning really does come into sharp focus and allows us to adapt in order to create the best solutions. And then finally, just to make the most of networks and to share learning and accelerate change. This is why I'm delighted to be speaking to you all today, because I already know the strength of the networks, both in South Africa and the work of the Women's Sports Foundation in South Africa, but also across the continent. You have some fantastic networks. I've been fortunate enough to meet a few people working in sport and physical activity in your country and across the continent. And I know just what great work is happening. Our challenge in sport actually is to not all sit in our own little bubbles, which is so easy when we're feels like you're on the treadmill of delivery. Actually being able to find a bit of time to kind of step back, to work with others, to ask those searching questions, to look at how we might do things differently, and to be that champion of change when sometimes it's really hard, and you know, constantly finding the energy to do that. But that's what's going to help us make not just change, but accelerated change, and accelerated change that can't be turned back. I guess my final message to everybody is, you are all change champions, and hopefully thinking about a system approach will help you identify who else you need on that journey to accelerate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa, for that empowering address, identifying where change is needed and also addressing these issues and how we can make that change happen, and the importance of identifying these change champions. And also, I want to say also thank you for making us understand that there's so much power in collaboration and how key collaboration is as well. So I'm now going to open the floor up for some questions once again. So anyone have any questions for Ms. O'Keefe? A question here in the front.
Am I audible?
Can you hear the person asking a question, Lisa?
She can't hear us. Okay. I've got a question here. How can collaboration between organizations, grassroots initiatives, and influential figures facilitate the identification and support of change champions in South African sports landscape, particularly focusing on both women and women with disability in sports?
Hi, Lisa, can you hear us?
The signal is just, it's in and out. Apologies.
All right, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, just repeat that question for us, Busi, please.
Okay, how can collaboration between organizations, grassroots initiatives, and influential figures facilitate the identification and support of change champions in South African sports landscape, focusing particularly on women and women with disability in sports?
Well, my experience of this is that, first of all, the system needs to recognise the value of diversity within leadership. Sometimes that's carrot and sometimes that's stick, if I'm honest. So certainly here in the UK and in a number of countries where I've worked in the past, the sports councils who fund the sports federations actually require them to have diverse leadership. And if they don't, there are financial consequences of that. So that's the stick. The carrot is working with federations, working with their structures down at a local level to identify potential future leaders and champions and support them so that at the point where there are opportunities to take those leadership positions wherever in the system, they feel equipped and supported to do so. How we incentivize or require is to have more diverse leadership, but then support those individuals to be best equipped to take those opportunities, and then celebrate and promote the impact that they have.
Okay, thank you so much, Lisa. We are having a bit of trouble with the connection, so we are going to switch off the camera and see if that may help us. Lisa, can you hear us?
Yes.
So
Yes, I
yeah,
can.
so can you please switch off your camera and we can see if that helps with the connection and the network.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Another question, perhaps?
Yeah.
My question is, you spoke about advancing gender equality in sport, physical education and physical activities, and looking into collaborating between sports and education as they are both interlinked. And currently we're having sports management as a course, sports science or sports administrator being phased out in institutions. How can we make sure, because we need these women not only in the field but also in the boardrooms with equipped, knowledgeable about sports, how can we make sure that we still have these courses in institution and making sure that all the women that are currently studying sports or administration, they're actually in these boards and they have more knowledge going forward as we're trying to advance?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting question, and I think a piece of this is network that you're in here today. I'm looking at the feed on YouTube, and I can see that there's a great network here in the room. Actually, one of the challenges is knowing when opportunities become available. and supporting women to
All right, it seems we lost Lisa once again. Technology-ish. So yeah, but I
time
think,
where
oh, she's back. Hi, Lisa. We just lost you again
sorry, is the
for
signal
a
really
second.
bad?
Yeah, we kind of lost you a bit there. But you can continue from the middle, perhaps, of your answer.
Yeah, well, it's just to say, I see, and this is true in every country across the world, there are not the same numbers of women putting themselves forward for positions. But when they do, they of course tick every box on the application. And I think we've just got to be more confident to push ourselves forward into these places and say, we do have a view and we do have something to offer and we should be supporting each other. I think the other point to take from this is there's not just one space on a board for a woman. So we've got to support each other and get to the point where there are 2 or 3 or 4, because that's when there starts to be a real difference in the culture and the conversations around the table. So we're not competing against each other, honestly. We're not. We need to support each other.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I think that was enough questions. But once again, thank you so much for joining us. And what I can take away from the discussion is what Mandy also said earlier, is for us to be brave and to speak up and to take up space and support each other, because we are stronger together and we have to fix the system and not the women and the girls. So once again, thank you so much for joining us, Lisa. We really appreciate your time and your knowledge.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so before we take a comfort break, because we had a bit of a delay earlier, we are going to go straight into our discussions of the round table, because I think all of us have a lot to say after those first 2 addresses. So amongst yourselves in your group at your table, we are going to have you have discussions about the first 2 keynote speakers and what they shared with us. And then at the end, we are going to ask one person from the table to share with us what your key takeaways were and a short summary of what was discussed during your roundtable discussion. So we will now have a couple of minutes to do that. So please take out your pens and paper, network. If you're sitting with a table where you know everybody, go sit in another table. And then another thing, there's a attendance register moving around amongst you, so please make sure you sign that as well. So please network, chat, let's figure out how we can make a difference and be brave. Speak up. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Lovely to hear all the buzz. Love to hear all the buzz. I can't wait to hear what you guys have discussed at your roundtables. So if everybody can settle down so we can start having everyone do their presentation. Just to note, has everyone filled in the register? All right, so, okay, good. Make sure you do that. I will hand it out here. And then another thing to note, So I'm going to start off on my right side, there in the corner, in the back. So I'm going to start off with your little summary of your roundtable discussion in the back group on the right. And then for everyone, afterwards, when we are all done, you need to please give your short summary to a doc there at the back so he can make use of it for later. So please give your short summary written down to doc in the back there. All right. Lovely. So we can just get a mic to that group over there and have their representative, yes, have their representative share with us. Please, everyone, while the group is giving us their summary, please listen up so we can all listen and make a difference, because now your input is very crucial in driving this dialogue forward. So everybody listen up. It's group number 1.
Hi everyone, my name is Mpile. So basically at the table we're discussing about like how there's so much politics behind the whole policy, making the policy, and it's a thing of you just question like when is it actually going to be implemented, the way forward, who, when, where, and all those things. And everyone was just putting like their thoughts on what they think, when, where, how it's going to go forward. So it was more a thing of discussing like the way forward instead of discussing like how you had mentioned that it's been an ongoing discussion. We just question, is it going to happen and when? It's more of a thing of action and no longer speaking about it.
So from your discussions, what were some of the things you felt as a group can be implemented and that we can do to actually get the car moving forward?
As you had said, I don't know who had mentioned it, but it was once brought up that like it's a thing of it's being discussed continuously. I feel like exposing a lot of people, putting it out onto social media, what's actually going on, because social media is a big thing these days. It is a drive for many people. A lot of things get posted these days and they're like actually being pushed. A lot of platforms are being out there, TikTok, Instagram. If you get people out there and spread the word that this is what's going on, this is how it's going to be done, a lot of people are going to be willing to jump onto the bandwagon to actually push this whole concept.
Thank you so much, group number 1. I think that's a very good point that you raised, that we all have these platforms, and especially these youngsters, we have social media platforms, and to make use of it, to spread the word, and not just talk about it in the closed rooms as well. So we should really try and get the word out there. So thank you, group number 1. Now we can go to group number 2.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so me and my group here, we were discussing.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Labahang Sitole. We were discussing about what the first speaker and the second speaker were saying, and we came to a conclusion that there must be an introduction of different sports at grassroots level, LGBTQ and community, and there must be unpopular and unrecognized sports. Okay.
You're doing amazing.
Okay, so we have the 8 strategic priorities, which is highlighting homies and actions. We implement, and we must be brave, include selves in everything, and we must have the consultations. We must have the leading champions, and they must be identified by the IWG. How to be a champion of change. We had 4 steps for that. We must allocate the resources, and we must set meaningful targets and have a great plan. And then, last but not least, we must fix the system and not the women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have to take action and fix the system. Thank you, group 2. Now we go over to group number 3.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cleopatra Murudu. So our key takeaways from the first speaker is, obviously, as we've also heard, that the policy has been in draft for over 6 years, which is quite a very long time, and there has been some key players that haven't been consulted yet. So our key takeaway from that is that we need to have at least like a monitoring tool for the draft policy, in terms of how can we reach out to have more comments into it, and maybe even go through different segments where we can make sure that different voices from the different levels within different structures, within different provinces, up until we get to national, they are part of the submissions. So one of the key thing was that, and maybe it's a thing that we can consider or think about today, is how can maybe SAWAF start a steercom that can meet on a quarterly basis, especially with the draft of the policy, where they can be monitoring things to say, this is how far we've gone, this is how many people we've reached, so that in the next coming years, we're not in a point again where there's Olympics, but things haven't changed. It's still the same thing over and over again. And then key takeaways from the second speaker is that what we could see, the organization has a strategy, and I think probably they look at it after 4 or 5 years, which is a key thing for any organizations, even federations, to have a strategy. So even when there are new faces, the strategy is something that will keep everybody in play. A strategy informs objectives. Objectives will have M&E tools and MREL tools as well, which then continue to guide everybody, instead of when people come and they're like, oh, sorry, I'm new, I don't know what's going on. Every organization that has a proper and effective strategy can be able to deliver to its outputs and its mandates that have been mandated by their constituencies or their affiliates. The second thing was, maybe the last thing was that how can organizations like SAWAFs and other sports entities and NPOs play a disintermediary role between government and SASCOC and federations, and yeah, so that the conversation can be bigger than this. We can't keep coming to conferences on a yearly basis. We have talking points, but when we come back next year, there's nothing to say, oh, this is how far we've gone, this is the things that are in place, and this is what's currently in progress. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, group 3. Very impactful. We want to jump on that train.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jess, and at our table, we kind of conversed with generalized things that we got from both speakers, and that is that togetherness is very important. Knowing our why, but also then making our how equally as important. Another thing is that even though our collaboration is important for us all, it's also important to have those intimate evaluations to make sure that the collaborations and the networking is purposeful and not just coming to these events, exchanging numbers, but being able to involve each other in our experiences. For me personally, I think it's easier to understand the struggles that we're going through and help each other by understanding it, but in order to understand, you must have experienced it first, and that kind of helps us to get to a better level of implementing it. Another thing is, like the other tables have said, understanding and accessibility. So not only understanding the policies that we have, we were talking about the language that is around us. Why do we call these things policies and legislations and federations? They're really big words that scare us. But then how do we make that knowledge accessible to all of us? So going from the down up and not coming from up down. And I think the last thing that we had was just to educate our youth about it. So to open it up, these conferences, to more younger children and school children, so that they can understand from that level already that there needs to be more change to go through. And also, I think just to have some grace with ourselves that we've come really, really far. Like, I'm sure a few years ago, we didn't really have this yearly conference to look forward to, and now we do every year come here and we celebrate the small changes we made, but also to set goals for the bigger ones that can happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to say thank you for the acknowledgement as well, because I think while we are fighting for all these different things to change, we sometimes forget about how far we already came and how much we already have done in this world and for women in sport. So thank you for that. And also, yes, connect to implement and make it a language that we all can understand. All right, next table.
Morning, everyone. My name is Moloko Mkhawa, and I'm a student at VUT, and I am also the chairperson of VUT Netball. So what we discussed at our table, what we realized from our speakers is that as women, we tolerate and accept a lot of things we shouldn't, because we are often told that we are nuisances. So we're always making a noise, we're always complaining, and because of that, we are afraid to step up and to speak about the things that we need to speak about. So we really took the part of we need to step up and speak and fight, and we shouldn't be afraid. We should be brave. And even if we may feel demotivated, the only way that we can get through these obstacles is if we stand together as women and just go for it.
Thank you. Love that. Let's be fearless in our pursuit for change.
Hello everyone, I'm Kukungwenya, I'm from SMU. So what our take-home points that we discussed as the group is that we started with the policies. So we said that the women's sports policy in SA is a comprehensive approach to addressing gender inequality in sport. However, its success depends on the active involvement of change champions who can lead. The charge in accelerating progress and ensuring that the policy's goals are achieved. So the other pickup point is that we fix the system and not the women. For many years, sports has always been dominated by men. So all the systems that we have are there to accommodate men. For example, the example that we have is that in most golf courts, women don't have toilets, and the ones that are available are far from where the court is, and only men can have access. So when we say that we need to fix the system and not the women, we mean that we can start with those small things like having toilets for the women, equipment that will also accommodate our women and not men alone. And then the other point is that make network and learning. There are opportunities for learning and growing in sports management. But the problem is that those who have been in the system for so long sideline the youth. And also there's a phasing out of sports management courses from universities. And as we were discussing, we found out that the problem is not within the universities, but from the schools, like the primary schools, secondary schools, where there is no longer a physical education. So if there's no physical education from those schools, it means that the students who are doing sports management won't have a place to do their practicals. Thank you.
Thank you. It all comes back to grassroots at the end of the day. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Bakantu Bane, and I'm from SMU. So, what we discussed on our table was that we need to start by what is the aim, what is the goal, what is the vision, and what is the mission for this whole SAWOS advocacy conference. What is the aim for this whole conference? Because we come here yearly and we don't have a way forward after that. Then we spoke about opening up the space to individuals and stakeholders involved. The stakeholders being involved are us. It's us. Us, the people, the women in sports. The stakeholders involved are the students that are studying sports sciences. The stakeholders involved are the kids, the learners that are in primary school, that are in high school, that are in varsity. those are the ones, that is why we should open up the space for the individuals so that we know that what do they want. Leaders are here and they are writing these, this policy and constitution. But do they know what we want as the stakeholders? Have you consulted with us? No. It's the first time we come here, some of us, but we are hearing there's a policy and we know nothing. Open up the space for us, the stakeholders, so that the aim and the goal and the vision and the mission can be the same, so that we are all in the same page. Also, what we discussed was, how do we combat the barriers to the participation in sports, like GBV in sports? Who is held accountable? The lack of media representation and exposure. Who is held accountable? Who do you answer to when there's these things that we experience? The safety issues, transgender and sex verification, the gender inequality. Who do we answer to and who is held accountable for that? Those are the things that we discussed. Thank you.
Can I? Hi guys. Sorry, I know I was a bit late and I've been listening to all the feedbacks and stuff, and it's been great, but just before we go on with the rest of the feedback, there's just a few things that I personally would like to address with regards to some of the feedback that's coming through. And first and foremost, I think it's so important that from a very, hey, who's that? From a very young age, as a girl or as a woman in sport, it's so important for you to never sit and wait back and wait for somebody to empower you. It's, you need to understand what is it that you are in this industry for, what do you want to get out of it, and how are you going to get that? We have forums, we have conferences, we have all these different things. And yes, I agree, a lot of the things do take place in silos, which it shouldn't take place in silos, especially when it comes to government institutions where policies are drawn up and policies are being put together and stuff like that. I do agree with that. It is in silos. However, first and foremost, organizations like SOAFs, organizations like my organizations, and many other non-profit organizations here are very much self-funded because funding is very low. And we do the best that we can in order to empower you. But in order for us to empower you, you need to also empower yourself. You need to understand your environment. You need to understand what is around you, what is happening around you, and not sit back and wait for somebody to come to you and say, oh, by the way, there's this happening. Oh, by the way, there's that happening. I think a lot of the times, a lot of these things also appear on social media about what is happening, or especially around the women in sports space. And yes, there's a lot of misinformation that goes around when it comes to the women in sports space. But as young women in the industry, it's very important for you to empower yourself. It's important for you to surround yourself with people who would then uplift you and educate you. Not everybody around you is going to do that, but you need to understand that. You need to figure out, where do I fit in this puzzle? Do I fit in or do I slip out? And if you're slipping out, it's fine. Nobody's going to judge you for it. But if you're fitting in, make sure that you fit in with the intention of creating impact, with being very intentional about what it is that you want to achieve in this industry, whether personally or for your community. So it's very important that we all understand that. And if you have to hear a lot of our stories, none of us, or most of us, did not really come from a sporting background. However, we empowered ourselves to get to where we are today. And in order for us to sit here and be able to empower you and help you so that you don't have to go through the hurdles that we have gone through to get to this stage. And yes, a lot has been done when it comes to women in sport in the country, but a lot more still needs to be done. And trust me, it's not just in South Africa, it's worldwide, where strides need to be made. But strides that you need to be accountable for, where you need to sit back and evaluate yourself and say, how do I contribute to this industry in a positive and impactful way? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manura. We appreciate your insights and your input, and we are looking forward to that panel discussion later as well. And then I just want to say thank you so much for your passion. We honestly, as a youth, as a youngster, we appreciate the passion and trust us as people that has been there and people that are currently there and the ones still to come. We know what the issues are and we understand where we still need to improve. But I think what we are identifying with all these discussions and what's coming out is that where I think we can really make a difference is with our communication with each other and our collaboration with each other. Because we all have the same issues and then we have our individual issues as well. But we can't just be observers and just discuss it in a vacuum. We have to be more open with our communication. And I love the passion that you're showing. So let's find a way that we can take our passion and really channel it into that driving force of finding that common goal and how we can actually address these issues. So thank you so much. Let's go on to the next table.
Good morning. Yeah, it's on. So my name is Ritabile and I'm from TUT, right? So my table, the first keynote, no, from the second keynote, she asked, are we accelerating change? And from my table, I say we are, because there's a room full of passionate women in sports and we're here trying to get our voices heard. And the second one was fix the system and not the women, right? So fixing the system can be challenging and we all have to start somewhere. So while the office was waiting for the elections to be done, start in your communities. Like we have a volleyball coach in our table, right? So as women, be intentional. Like your team has to look up to you. Be the one saying, hi, there's a sport called volleyball. Like, just make it loud, like let everyone recognize volleyball. So to the coaches, be intentional, have notes. Don't just go to the field and say, hi hi team, I'm here, but just have documents, be able to check down and yeah, that's what we had. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get loud and speak up.
Okay, my name is Gobisa Kanuka. I'm from Forte. So my group for number one, we said the initial speaker spoke about the policy. So my reflections from the group were how policy can be revived. The speaker spoke about how women need to be involved and take up space and be courageous in their approach and stand up for themselves because no one is going to do it for us. We've got the capabilities and the network to move forward and stand up for what we believe should be advocated for women. We also said that also in the positions of power, you find that mostly they occupied by men, of which when we want to address issues that are women orientated, most of the time the entertainment of those issues are not always at play, so hence it is difficult to get them implemented or approved. And also we felt that there was a lack of accountability in those spaces as well, because for the policy to be a draft policy for this long and there hasn't been anything that has come out in terms of passing the policy and actually implementing it, then it shows that there's a lack of accountability as well. And then from the second speaker, she spoke about advocating and accelerating women in sport. But at doing that, we shouldn't do it at the expense of the boys and men. But we should create a holistic approach, like a holistic environment that is going to be encompassing of everyone. And then also we liked the fact that she came up with a strategy that said we should plan and collaborate, create networks and connections, and just like harness the people that are around you, and in advancing whatever that we need to put across, and just continuing to be champions for change. I think just being champions for change is totally like just being consistent. Eventually something is going to come up. That's what we spoke about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's make a plan and put that plan into action.
Good morning. I hope it's still good morning. My name is Vitmelo Valtina Machila, also known as B Valtina. And my table and I, we spoke about this for the first speaker on the first output, where it says equal access for women to coaching, officiating, SCORE, administration, event, volunteers, and support. And the first topic that came to our mind, or that was just sensitive for us, it was collaborating or putting together sports with education. And the question that we imposed was the phasing out of sports management or sports administration in institutions. Where else we need these women, not only in the fields, but also in the board, to also have the knowledge, because it's been offered, you get to know the policies on sports laws and everything that has to apply in terms of sports administration. We also discuss on how this will hinder women's progress in the sport industry, because knowing less, it means you can, that automatically means you'll say less. If you don't know, you can't say much. And the third point says SAWAFs to engage relevant bodies on why phasing out of sports management or administration it's taking place, and how. And when I say SAWAFs, I mean everybody in this room, because right now we are actually SAWAFs. So whatever that we do, we must know that we need to implement whatever the mission, the vision, and also the objectives of this organization. Currently women, and we need to find out how many women are currently involved in sports management in institutions, and also what does the data say? Is it increasing? Do we have more women studying for sports, or do we have less women currently studying for sports? And I want to challenge you as well. Currently, after this or before this, are you involved in any organization or anything that has to uplift and growing our local or grassroots level? Meaning, do you go back to your communities? For example, I'm a manager to our local football that's for women, a ladies football team. And I want to challenge you right now. What is it currently that you're implementing, and you're also putting your inputs, and also you're making change in your community? Instead of us looking into the institution, want to make big changes, but where else we can't start at the grassroots level.
Thank you. We'll just move it over to the middle. Thank you for highlighting how knowledge is power, and that also start where you are.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tulwana Peu. I'm from the... Oh, camera, sorry. I think I'm just going to summarize our points, because most of the tables have addressed some of the things we also were able to discuss. So in the first topic, in terms of policy, one of the things that we put out that also spoke to the system of things is the process. The speaker spoke about a bottom-up approach that we need to start implementing. But another thing about that process is that the people who are at the bottom have so much power and voice, but we then have barriers at the top. So we also need to look at that in terms of, at the top, who are we then going to go to then account for the policies that are currently in place? As one of the speakers also mentioned, that there are policies currently in place that are not being implemented properly. And that could also add a blockage into adding these new policies into play. So holding people accountable is one of the things that we took out of the first topic. And then the second one, where in terms of accelerating women in sports, it's very, I'm sorry, I won't be biased, but in terms of sports management and administration and all of that, some of the things that we also spoke about is the people who are currently in those spaces of sports. They also need to be held accountable. That we have young people who are interested in sports and also not studying sports management, but are interested in sport and have that background in sports as well, that are being blocked into spaces, so gatekeeping. I'm talking about more about gatekeeping. We also have women, I think we're going to speak about in the next discussion. We also have women in those spaces who are the gatekeepers. So as women, we also need to be accountable to each other. As much as we are not changing the woman, we are changing the system, but as part of the system, we have women in place that also need to be accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that tells us, here in front, Busi. I think that also tells us, let's open the gates. Don't keep it. Open it up.
Our speaker, she went, I don't know where she is. She went, and I can't even read the handwriting. So I'll just, from top of my head, what we discussed. The key takeaway was that in the policy, there needs to be a movement with the policy. And then also, I'll just be brief because the room has said a mouthful. And then as part of that, I think also in the policy, what needs to be included and we need to be firm about is that as we work towards having that 50-50, but that 50-50 must be women who are skilled and empowered and capacitated to be in those positions. Because just moving people up because of policy and the quota system, it's not going to help our sports. So we need to make sure that we empower the next person. They usually call it the puller up syndrome. Make sure the next person, you pull someone up as you go along the ladder. And also capacitate women with the inclusion of women with disability as well, because we always, in our conversations, we don't include women with disability. We always talk about women in sports, but we don't include women with disability. The second one, oh yes, and then also don't let your learning lead to knowledge. Let your knowledge lead to action. That was the most important one in the first one. And then in the second one, the champion of change is that we need to fix the system and not the woman. And the other one is that I know that I'm going to Birmingham next year. Ooh, how 2026? How I get there, I don't know, but I'll be there. 2026, yes. And then most importantly, we need to read. We need to read. We don't read. We don't read. We just see. We just see things and then we ride along. We need to read. We need to research, and most importantly, our research should be based on South African industry. I know most of the people in this room are from the universities, and I would like to encourage, since you guys are playing sports, whatever, when you reach that level of doing your research, just try and make your research be related to sports, so that you can also advocate for change. And then lastly, I'd like just to quote, and I always quote this wherever I go, is that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Thank you.
Thank you. Powerful. Thank you so much. Now, a lot has been said, but we have one more table left. We are very excited about this one. See what we get here from the final table before we go for our tea break.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's still morning. So I just want to go back to what Tulwana asked around when we are not getting the results from bottom up, what do we do? As sports people, we forget that we're part of communities. As an example, there's also in the document that Amanda shared, there's a portion where she speaks about infrastructure. Infrastructure is on a piece of land that belongs to a municipality but is funded by national and or provincial government. But community members at that level have got an opportunity for inputs. But we don't go to these community meetings, so we don't get to voice our concerns around sport infrastructure, and we allow other people to talk about the houses, the lights, the potholes. That's one thing we miss already. But if we are then, we're saying, if you're going to build a sport complex in that corner, you better make sure that change room, we see, is female disability friendly. It has the change rooms, it speaks to the needs of a female athlete, coach, administrator, whatever the case may be. That's one part of community involvement we miss. Because we're so focused on sportswomen, we forget to make our needs practical as community members where we live, where we work. Number one. Number two, it's parliament at a national level. At provincial level, it's legislator. Ne? In Gauteng, it's called the Gauteng Provincial Legislator. In Northwest, it's called Northwest Provincial. Those are other forums at a provincial level where you're then saying, I'm sorry, there's a national policy somewhere, and you're not saying anything about it. Yes, you are building sports facilities, you're doing this, but as a national agent at a provincial level, what are you doing? That's another format where you are bringing information from the bottom, and you're not emotional about it as a woman in sport. You are saying, I have a concern around the fact that there are policy documents that are not being implemented, but there is an understanding that the government must do something about it. And that's where legislations come in. So when we see those posters saying you must have inputs on this bill, on this paper, make those inputs. Make them. Because then they go from you in your club having a concern around infrastructure, making inputs on the policy document at legislature. It's sitting as a bill at national where you are then able to say, but hang on, it's been 6 months, it's been 2 years, we are due, it's 5 years. What are we doing about it? So we need to start also changing our minds and thinking that women in sport issues are for SAWAFs once a year. You can make it very practical on an everyday level. Your ward councillors, Baduzi. I work for local government. So I'm also understanding that we allow our councillors to sit back and worry about potholes and streetlights. We don't take these issues to them and say, but you are not building a sport complex. We're not saying that the clinics and the crashes are not important, but where do those kids go when they need to? Because the very same us are the ones who are told their kids are getting pregnant, the kids are doing the drugs. What do I do with them? I must take them to a sport complex, which is built where? There's a concern around the fact that Limpopo has got rising talent. I know that from a cricketing space, but they don't have basic cricket facilities. But you need to say that as a community member. And don't say it ka WhatsApp and say no ke mmolelletse. IDP sessions are meant to be written down. So you have a right to go back to the council and say, we sat in an IDP meeting 6 months ago. I want to see what's happening with my resolution. Because the potholes are being fixed. The lights are going on. The houses are being built. What about my thing that is meant to be minuted in what was a community meeting? We forget to make our needs practical from that very bottom. The very bottom is not the sports club. It's going deeper than that and saying to the people on the ground, you are part of a government. What are you doing? It's going to make you unpopular, but hey, as Munira said it, they will like you, they will not like you, but yeah, no, it's neither here nor there. It is what it is. You talk too much, you are here, you again. They will say that, it's you again. It's you. Yes, it's me again. And I will not stop until you do something about it. So let's not forget that, ladies, we are SAWAFs. We here in the room today. And if we don't own it and take up that leadership space from this moment going onwards, you are going to come back next year and you're going to say, we made things, when, but you're not doing anything.
Thank you. All for one and one for all. I think what I took from that as well is, I think let's be more audacious and have more audacity in our approach. when we address these issues. When we speak up, let's do it with audacity and not shy away and be strong. So there was a lot that came out of this, I think very powerful that came out of all of the roundtable discussions. But we will now have a short break up until 12. So quickly just go and have some tea, discuss a bit, go relieve yourself if you have to, and then be back by 12 so we can have our panel discussion. Thank you. And a reminder, give your summary to Doc Rendani there at the back, please.
but you've got to understand why it's being done. You're doing it for the advancement of women in sport. You're doing it for... You see when the so-called youth enter, the so-called youth when they enter, then they disturb the mics. And yeah, she disturbed my train of thought.
Okay, so on that note, let's welcome SASCOC First Vice President Lwandile Simelane. She is a prominent South African sports administrator and advocate for women's sport. She's known for her leadership and dedication, and she has played a crucial role in promoting gender equality in sports. Lwandile has been instrumental in various initiatives aimed at empowering female athletes and ensuring that their voices are heard on both national and international platforms. Her commitment to advancing women's sport has made her a respected figure in the industry, inspiring many to follow in her footsteps. Thank you for joining us, Lwandile. Round of applause, everyone. So our first question that Munira just discussed was navigating divergent perspectives in our journey to unify women in sports across South Africa, and how do we integrate these diverse viewpoints to ensure that everyone feels heard and valued without compromising the overall vision? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's a simple concept of stating the principles up front. And once we've stated the principles up front, and then we have to work hard in each of our organizations to ensure that the principles are upheld in the delivery of our services. So I think finding our center and finding exactly where the principle is one of the critical ways in ensuring inclusivity and ensuring that all of the different viewpoints have been accepted, and to see how those viewpoints then affect and assist us in delivering on our principles.
Thank you so much for that insight. And then, Thambi, you bring a lot of wealth and experience and a diverse perspective as well to this panel. So I want to ask you about overcoming resistance to change. And I know that's something you faced along your journey. So change is often met with resistance, especially when it challenges established norms. What strategies have you found effective in addressing resistance, and how can we encourage more openness to new ideas within the women and sport community?
Yeah, change is not an easy thing. But what I have learned through the process is the fact that when you go into the room, identify people who you think they would be easy for you to convince, and lobby them to make sure that they have an understanding of where you are coming from, in order for them to support you. There will be people who would resist change. One thing that I've learned in my process is the fact that you shouldn't waste your time focusing on those who are resisting. They will come as the process is moving. And I have learned that most of the time, they are the ones at the end who wants to own up the success of what we have achieved. So don't focus too much on them. Focus on those who can move with you, and make sure that they make an impact. And sometimes you don't have to be saying anything. You influence them to raise issues, and you keep quiet, because you don't want to be the only one who's talking in the meeting, trying to convince people to change. You want more people in the table to push for change. So that's my advice.
Thank you, Ma. And then, Lwandile, I want to ask you about inclusive leadership in sport. Inclusive leadership is crucial for unifying women in sport. So in your opinion, what are the key qualities or practices of an inclusive leader, and how can these be cultivated within our organizations more, and how can we get more leadership in sport, female representation?
Yo. Hey, I just arrived.
I just arrived.
Sure, I think we have to, we learned some great skills yesterday. Some of us have been at this for 2 days. And we learned some interesting skills about the team and where you sit as a team. And I know I asked a lot of questions even there, even though the session isn't really for us, but you learn constantly. Because I think, and Pearl actually walked us through the fact that sometimes you can exclude yourself in certain processes. So inclusion and exclusion doesn't always have to come from the external forces. So for me, that was a very interesting concept, because sometimes we like to sit in our corners as people in sport. You know, I'm a high performance person, so I'm only going to discuss high performance. Or I'm a development and sport person, so development is all that matters. So I think yesterday I learned a very key thing, that inclusivity isn't just about putting ideas and you know, hearing people's views, but it's also about ensuring that we all know that we're part of the central goal and the central team. And that for me was a mind-blowing thing to realize, that sure, I always thought it was just the adoption of ideas and different views, but actually it's just about us also feeling a part of the process, us also feeling like we are, you know, united in the concept that we're trying to drive. And that for me, I think, was very eye-opening.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that insight. And then I think I want to ask you, Munira, building consensus among stakeholders. Building consensus can be particularly challenging when stakeholders have conflicting interests. So what are some successful methods or experiences you've had in bringing different stakeholders together to find common ground?
It's not an easy thing.
I feel like I'm in the hot seat here.
It is red.
I think for me, look, I've worked with a lot of stakeholders over the years, and obviously would continue to, and in different environments as well. And yes, not everybody around the table is going to agree with you, but what you need to have at heart is, what is it that you want to achieve? If you're running a Women in Sport program, for instance, what is it that you want to achieve out of it? You can't be sitting there wanting to do, but let me say this before I even say that. Reinventing the wheel, there's nothing wrong with reinventing the wheel, but how am I reinventing the wheel, you know? And how is that going to create the change that needs to happen? How is that going to create the impact? But also, more importantly, is it in line with what the stakeholder wants? Because a lot of the time, people sit there and they go, I want to do this, I want to start a club, I want to do X, Y, and Z, but it's not in line with what the stakeholder wants. So first and foremost, what is the stakeholders' visions? What is their goal for the year, for the season, or whatever it is? I mean, you'd look at, say, for instance, let's look at Lotto, for instance, where they sit there and they say, okay, for this financial year, we're looking at advancing women in sport. But then they would list what it is that they want. And then people come there with proposals that don't agree with what they want out of it. So yes, they're not going to agree with you, and they're not going to do what needs to be done. And that applies across the board, whether it's sponsors, whether it's government stakeholders, because they all have different goals that they need to achieve, which is in line with their KPIs. And that's very important for you to understand that. What is it that they want? Does it align with me? And also at the same time, there's nothing wrong with something that doesn't align with you, or a stakeholder that doesn't align with you, that you walk away and say, okay, this is not in line with what I want to achieve, so I need to find a stakeholder that is. But the one that is, are we in line? And will we meet each other halfway? We don't have to agree with everything. We can meet each other at 50%, and we can go ahead and say, this is what we're going to achieve collectively. But for me, myself, or my organization, this is what my organization needs to achieve out of it. And that's very important. Planning comes into it, into everything. Plan, what is it that I want? It's not about just sitting around the table and saying, I want to do this. Yes, we all want to do things. But how is it meeting my stakeholders? How is it meeting me as an organization, or me as a person, or what it is that I want to achieve?
I think also going on from that is like also balancing tradition and innovation.
Yes.
So there is a delicate balance between honoring traditions in women's sports and embracing innovation as well. So how do you think we can reconcile these two aspects to foster a forward-looking yet respectful approach to progress? Anyone can answer on the panel?
No, it's final answer. I think tradition doesn't always work. And it's trying to get people to understand that. I mean, for the longest time, stakeholders sit and they want to do a women's tournament, for instance. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But how is it impacting differently? How is it moving with where society is today. How do I come into your community and run a top 8, whether it's netball, football, whatever it is, and then I walk out of that community? Yes, we've all had a beautiful day, and people played, they enjoyed themselves, we gave the kids food and everything else, but what are we taking away from that? And a lot of the times you need to understand the traditions that exist within that environment, but also have a strategy on how am I going to convince them that tradition is not working, but if we tweak tradition, we work towards a common goal. Because societies change, everything changes. Everything's constantly changing, nothing's remaining the same. You can't go and have, say, an under-15 tournament, for instance, when you've got 10, 11-year-old girls falling pregnant. What are you doing at that level? How are you impacting it differently? How are you changing that? And that's what's important when it comes to looking at the traditional structure and how do you, I don't want to say revolutionize, I think that's the wrong word. How do you evolve the traditions to meet today's society's needs?
Just to make a follow-up on that, and I will give an example later, but I think, Lwandile, it's something that as national federations, we need to have that conversation because things are changing these days. And the demands in sports are different. And our way of running sports is traditionally working from club to region to province to whatever and going up. And I will give an example about cricket because I'm involved in cricket. Cricket, we are in a confused setup now because of the leagues that are jumping all over the world. And that affects us big time because of our national players sometimes are not available to represent the country because they're playing the international leagues. And international leagues are paying them a lot of money. And when they start reaching a certain age level, they start thinking about money than the country. So I think at a certain time, we need to talk about the tradition of sport and how do we then work on the new innovatives that are coming into sport and how do we make sure that both of them wins. Because at the end of the day, we might not even have national players. And I know we do have players, our own players in the country who are playing in other countries, who are playing leagues in other countries, even in netball or in other sporting codes. But if we don't address this issue, very soon our teams won't be having the best players to represent South Africa when they head to represent South Africa in international events.
Look, I think I have to agree fully with that, and it's one of my biggest bugbears right now. In fact, I term it and say that sport is currently undergoing its greatest identity crisis that it's ever had to undergo. Because the reality is if we allow these things, we're eventually going to be pricing ourselves out of sport, and sport is a public good. It's set up for all of us to enjoy, for all of us to try, for all of us to be able to engage in. And right now we are putting money before the principles. And I mean, if I have to tell you about the inflexibility when COVID hit, now we all can't start to continue with the work of our organizations. We have to pause and change our constitutions because our constitutions didn't make provisions for virtual meetings. Yep. Now you're in a global crisis and you're sitting with inflexible governing documents. So now it's like, okay, we have to now wait somehow until we can get a physical meeting to agree to change the constitution to allow us to have virtual meetings. And you're sitting there and you're going, honestly, I mean, the entire concept of tradition is that it ought to be a base. It's supposed to be a base for us to innovate within. And when we are innovating, the core of it needs to remain the core. So if we are introducing repechage in athletics, the 100 meters must still be the 100 meters. And the rules to run the 100 meters must still remain the 100 meters. But it's more exciting now to give a second opportunity for athletes to qualify. So you haven't really messed with tradition, but you've innovated the sport. I mean, it's an example in itself, athletics, with how it has now moved to technology. There's no longer that that individual who has to, start and check the times and check whether you stood out the line, those are all automated now. But the rules of the game remain the rules of the game. So I think there is a high level of inflexibility, and there is a massive identity crisis that we're undergoing right now.
I think also sport, I'd say South Africa and Africa has not embraced the effects of artificial intelligence within the space. And it's a lot more holding on to, as you say, you need to wait for a physical meeting, whereas around the world, your international bodies are having virtual meetings. I mean, it's only the AGMs and stuff that people travel to, but around the world, decisions are being taken in virtual meetings. And also, I mean, within, whether it's athletics, football, netball, rugby, cricket, AI has taken over so many things that happen within that space. And yet, I think South Africa and Africa, we're far behind. Not that we can't catch up. We have the technology, we have the tools, we have the manpower that understands it, and it somehow need to find a way of how do we accelerate that in order for us to catch up.
I think also looking at that, it's a lack of understanding and not having the necessary knowledge, and especially the people in those certain positions. So how do we get our people in those positions more knowledgeable? How do we get to the point where we are on the same, level as our counterparts in the different regions and countries?
In response to that, I said SASCOC need to have that conversation. So I think if it starts there at SASCOC level, it would be much better to then go to provincial and regional levels. And actually, one of the things that South Africa don't realize is that we influence a lot about what is happening in Africa. And if we start moving on that level, automatically it will also influence other countries. So to me, it starts from SASCOC.
I agree. We're not the type to shy away from responsibility. We said send us, and here we are being sent with pleasure. I think for us, we definitely agree with that. And we need to work in the diverse environment that we work in. All right, and I think I was trying to explain it a bit yesterday, that yes, federations report to SASCOC, but they also report to their international federations. And if we are all not centrally at a global level speaking one thing, it's going to be difficult, because I'm going to come to one federation that's going to say, oh, actually, in this space, we are very attuned to that. And then another federation will tell you, my IF doesn't think we should be moving in this direction. So there is a need for us to amalgamate local needs or country needs, as well as the general environment of your organization. But our Sintambi is correct. We are leading in a lot of the areas. I mean, our people are being sent all over Africa simply because we have an anonymous reporting thing for safeguarding. Now it's, hey, why? And we're like, but surely that is a system you should be able to build if you want to ensure and safeguard the anonymity of those who have things to report. So we definitely understand that, and especially even in the gender space, we are the ones who are type of kind of pushing policy and direction there on a regional as well as a continental platform. I mean, we are miles ahead in terms of our work in the gender space, and we're not even there. So I'm concerned, and we do a lot of work in helping our counterparts within the region, and even those internationally who are a bit behind us in some of the terms as well. So yes, we understand it's our responsibility, and it is something we're working on. We just need to get a bit of help in that global space, because we are pushing with ideals of international federations.
Thank you for those insights. I really appreciate it. But I think also something that became quite clear earlier with our discussions is that everybody's kind of working in silos, and I think Munira also said it. So we have various groups working towards the same goal in a way, but we are not aware of what the other group is doing. So what is the role of communication when it comes to us really achieving our goals and empowering women in sport and really getting women in sport to the level that we have been fighting for so long to get it? Because effective communication is central to overcoming the different viewpoints, because we do have various viewpoints that differ from each other. So what are some communication practices or tools that can help in bridging gaps and fostering understanding among diverse groups in the sports sector?
I'm not sure whether it it starts there, but I think it starts, yeah, it could be with communications. We need to come to a place where we agree on our agenda as South Africa on women in sport. To say this is our agenda and this is why we are working towards, for the next 4 years, we would want to achieve 1, 2, 3. And those organizations, they work towards that agenda. At the moment, everybody is just running their own shows and no coordination, a central coordination. And we need that central coordination in order for us to make sure that we achieve the objectives much more easier, faster, and sometimes we contradict each other, or we contradict each other on what we want to achieve. You find somebody on television saying something, and you went, but that can't happen in federations. Because of you are in a federation, you know the system, you know the procedures that need to be followed. But that person is talking on something that he or she doesn't have enough information and misleading the public. And I think we need to really work on how do we, and I know in my discussion with Luandi, we once touched that, and I think that's one thing that we need to do. We need to have coordination and central point of where we need to then say, if we want to achieve 1, 2, 3 on women, we want to achieve advocacy, we want to achieve media coverage, we want to achieve exposure for women, we want to achieve whatever. Let it come from central, and let's make sure that we do that as a mission for all of us. And if we are doing that, we can even communicate amongst ourselves to then say, what are you going to do and when? Month of August, you find even our days clashing on events for women in sport because we don't communicate. But we need to communicate to then say in August. I mean, we moved from the 9th of August to the month end because of we're avoiding that traffic there, but they still follow us on the month end.
I think that's a critical. I think it's a critical thing that Alison Tambi is noting, because I was at lunch yesterday. I was bemoaning to her and going, "Yo, there are so many women in sports things that happen across the country, and then you sit and you look at the attendees or the speakers, and you go, Haibo, we've never seen this person in sport. Whilst us who are delivering sport have never seen this person in sport, but this person is giving an opinion on our situation as women in sport. Those of us who are day to day, working in sport in whatever capacity that is. And I think it is because sport is a public good. And we are judged as leaders in sport by how well we give our entity away. How well do we share it? How well are we giving or distributing or dispersing sport to the public? And if you are doing that, then you are doing your job. And if you're doing that well, you're doing your job. The unfortunate part is because we give this thing away, which is our job, everybody who receives it now thinks that they are experts in it. And they forget that they were given this thing by people who know about this thing. And when you take it now, it doesn't mean I've given you the expertise. I've given you an entry or access into this beautiful thing that I love, that I want you to enjoy as well. And I think that becomes the difficulty for us. And that is why I call it an identity crisis. Because you're sitting with national federations who, by law, are the custodians of sport in the country, of that particular sport that you are a part of. You are the custodian of that sport by law. Nobody can discuss that sport, can play that sport, can do anything with that sport outside of you, the legal custodian of that sport. Yet we have allowed it. And sometimes I'll sit and I'll be switching on the TV, and it's our stats as SASCOC. And I'm like, but that's not the truth. And the person speaking our stats as SASCOC and our things as SASCOC is somebody we don't know. But it's there now, these experts in sport. So I think it is something that we're not getting that balance right. And that is why I say it's an identity crisis, because we've allowed the enablers, the people who are supposed to assist us in enabling the delivery and the dispersal of this entity to now become the decision makers. And that is where the problem is going to lie.
I agree when you say that you've allowed the enablers, but I think what's also more important is, yes, you've enabled, but there's an environment for that. It's been created, and sometimes it gets created out of frustration because you can't maybe get your point across to the custodian, I guess, but you see the problem at hand, and you are able to assist in fixing it. I'm not saying everything else that's happening with the identity crisis is right, but I feel that's what it is. And I also think that, federations might not always, or the people within, whether it's the federations or the organizations, might not necessarily have the know-how. You look at like international sporting organizations, they work a lot with their sponsors, the NGOs that drive certain agendas when it comes to sport and stuff like that, because then they come in as the expert, and you, as whether it's the federation or the organization, you help them implement that. And I think sometimes that environment is not created, and that is why everybody decides that today I'm going to do this. It's August. Let's tackle the easiest topic, women in sport, and let's put something together, and let's go and sit out there and talk about it. And when they talk about it, there's a lot of misinformation that's coming out of it because they don't really understand the subject matter. They've had a conversation, for instance, with Luandile, where she said, oh, this is what I'd like to do, da 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 da, and whatnot have you, and they're like, oh, why should we go through her? We're going to go and do it on our own, and that's where the issues come in. So I think from more of a communication perspective is, where does the gap need to be bridged? And how do we work with the subject matter experts in order to drive what we want to achieve as an organization or as a federation? I mean, you can't have somebody who is a sponsor of a federation then going out and running their own program out there. But again, the environment has been enabled. And they go out there and they run their own program, and sometimes very successfully, and at times it might not be completely off, but they run it successfully. But whereas if the federation and you came together and worked on it, you would have had better results and better impact on it. And that's what needs to be fixed at the end of the day. And yes, there's also the issue where, you speak to sponsors out there and they're like, no, but I don't have confidence in that federation. Yes, I put money into the federation and I'm not getting any reports, so I'm not getting this. I don't know where my money is going. So it's easier for me because me as the head of sponsorship at this organization, I'm responsible for this money and I need to account for it. And if you can't help me account for it, or the organization then goes to the federation and the federation cannot, and they come to SASCOC and SASCOC's like, we don't know how to get involved in this matter and stuff. So what do? I take my money and I use it the way I see fit and the way I can account for it and I can be responsible for it. So it's important that that gap needs to be bridged, that whoever's responsible for people's monies must be able to sit there and say, yes, I've taken 5 million from you, I've done X, Y, and Z, this is the evidence, this is what was done, so that I am confident in that I can come back to you and say, let's run X, Y, and Z program together.
So there was a time where South African sport was under control, where you wouldn't do some activities without consulting the mother body of the organization or the department. And I think we need that culture to come back because of there's too many things happening with no guidance and control. And as a result, that's where we are having this misinformation that people are putting outside. But I just want to talk about following up on what you are saying about companies doing some work. It's not their job. It's not their job to do that. And there are organizations that can do that much better. And if they want to guide us on how, what they want to achieve, they can do that with us. And I will tell you the example. You find some companies now running some women in sport programs, and they pay people to present a lot of money. We call you here as volunteers. You understand? And your input and your impact, it's more than people who are paid a lot of money in some forums. You understand? Because of, we are an NGO, we invite you with the understanding of the knowledge that we want for women in sport because we understand the system. And somebody goes and presents in another organization or in another company and information that it's not really correct and paid a lot of money. And also, they repeat some of the things that we do here. I have checked most of the programs. It's things that, it's conferences that we had already. But you are saying to yourself, why are these companies not doing the right thing? Their job is to assist us and sponsor us. And why don't we invest on people who are doing the work and then focusing on other areas? So I think that's also another issue that needs to be taken attention to then say, how do we make sure, and if we have that system that I'm talking about where we have the objective that we want to achieve and we're all working towards that, that will be actually much more coordinated, and even with them, they will be actually be able to focus on achieving those objectives.
I think COVID should have taught us a lot of things. I was giving an example yesterday that there's a lot of people who determine themselves women in sport, but and then I always get asked, so how do you decide it? And I'm like, okay, let's look at a football match again for ease of reference for everybody. All right? Who has to be there for a football match to happen? Whoever is auxiliary is not a woman in sport. Right? If for a football match to happen, you need to have had first 2 organizations in good standing, first of all, that will be allowed to participate in that tournament. Then you need to have what, a match commissioner? Then you need to have a referee and and assistant referees. Then you need to have the teams and the technical table as well as the coaches and the bench, right? Those are the critical things that happen for a football match to happen, right? The fact that there's OB Vans recording it is secondary. It's an enabler. It assists us to then deliver this thing to the people who need to see it. It's an enabler, right? You then are looking at the sponsor on the front of the shirt, again, an enabler, right? At the end of the day, the people who are needed for this thing to be delivered, those are the people who need to be supported. And the unfortunate part is when we have this money, we wanted to, you see, I hold an office, right? And when I get called in my capacity as the first vice president of SASCOC, there's no check I'll ask her for, because she's invited my office. And that is the problem why we don't want to be in Lwandi's position, because we want to get paid for what Lwandi is doing for free. Right? So what are we going to do? No one's going to bother with what Lwandi is doing. We're all going to rush to where the money is. Each and every one of you who graduate in sports management, etc., etc., how many of you are actually applying at national federations? Yeah. Right? There's probably only 3 national federations that can afford to pay you a beautiful salary. But there are national federations that also pay staff. I mean, South African Hockey's got vacancies right now, open on their website. But nobody's interested in that, because that's the money, that's the work that doesn't pay. It pays us in the things that we think we enjoy. The custard that makes us wake up in the morning, that there's a life you've touched, or you've been able to give back to something that has given to you. But that is not the currency of the world anymore. And that is the reality for me, and that is the concern. So yes, the concern is that the expertise isn't sitting there, but the expertise isn't sitting there because people do not want to support the structures that exist. We want to all go and make a quick buck somewhere. There's going to be, I've served in a board of national hockey and I've never received 500 Rand. I'm a volunteer in true definition of the word. But nobody is going to want to volunteer. And there isn't lines coming out the door of people who are trying to contest for positions on our national federations. So sometimes you're sitting in that position longer than you even want to be yourself, because there isn't somebody to come and take it over. So the responsibility is the national federations, but the problem is ourselves. The cultures we have built in sport are no longer the same. And there's nothing wrong with you getting a job, and we're not saying to do sport your family must suffer. Get a job, but how many of us are still volunteering in national federations? That's the question.
Can I just come in on the issue around volunteerism? I volunteered in a lot of organizations, and there's one that I served for more than 20 years. I didn't have a problem of the fact that they were not paying me because of I was gaining a lot. I was gaining a lot. I was broadening my network. I was traveling because they would pay my traveling and Tungena. I was exposed to a lot of Tungena. So sometimes we think being paid it's a priority, instead of actually focusing on what is there for me, what am I benefiting from serving that organization. And I think one of the things that I have seen with young people is the fact that they prioritize money than benefits that they will gain. And if you do that, you will stay without a job for so long because of you would have not gained experience, you would have not gained exposure, because you know exposure helps you a lot. You know how to deal with different dynamics because of exposure. But if you prioritize money, and I remember one young people saying to me, I have done master's sports management, I can't be appointed as an officer. And I was saying, you are not a manager yet. And you won't be a manager in 10 years. You start from the lowest level and move up. The reason why we are sitting here is because of we have moved through the ranks. The reason why we can share, respond even to the toughest questions is because of we have gone through the ranks. And if you didn't go through the ranks and you want to be the manager because of you think you had done sports management, it means you are a manager. You are not a manager. And if there's one thing that you have to take away from today, if you have that thinking, you won't get your money. That's it.
Can I just say, volunteerism. Actually, how many Gen Zs are in the house today? Landile, don't even try it. Gen Zs.
Raise your hand if
Raise
you're
your
Gen Z.
hands. Come. We
Say
want
it
to
with your
see those
chest.
Gen Z hands. Really. Okay. What I want to say is that, look, obviously, yes, we came through the ranks with a lot of volunteerism and stuff like that. I could afford to do it at the time because, yes, I have income that would then sustain me so I could do what my passion would allow me to do. But also, circumstances also change. I'm not taking away from volunteerism. Listen, I learned. Yes, today I'm able to pick and choose where I want to volunteer and where I don't want to volunteer, but it comes with the years and years and years and years and years of experience of learning from the volunteerism. But what I want to say to the Gen Zs is that I understand that the economy is different. The situation is different, right? Yes, you're sitting with a degree or a diploma that you know, and you feel that I went to varsity and I have this piece of paper, so I should be. Honey, we're all sitting with those pieces of paper. But it's what we make out of it. It is. It's what you make out of it. It's for you to be able to sit back and say, where do I want to go to within my sport career? and how am I going to get there? And remember, volunteerism doesn't mean every day going to that organization. Organizations today, some of them, do have virtual ways in which, I mean, like virtual assistants or virtual ways. And yes, some of them, when you do like attend an event or something to assist or to volunteer, that maybe assist you with transport money and stuff like that. But what you learn from volunteering at these events to advancing your sports career is completely invaluable. We are not saying spend your entire life volunteering. What we are saying is that in order for you to get into the job market, skill, your paper's not good enough. It will never be good enough. And I do understand that it's sometimes when you do sports management, they then send you to institutions and stuff so that they can sign your documents and say, I know they have experience. That's not enough. You have clubs in your communities, you have all of that. Volunteer there. There's so much that you learn, and you also learn how sports organizations are run, or what happens within running a sports organization, and use that platform to then add to your experience and grow.
I think it's almost getting close to lunch, and I want to give enough time to the floor as well to ask some questions. But I want to ask you one last question, and this is for all of you. And how can we collectively work towards this vision while embracing the diversity of approaches and viewpoints that do exist?
Whatever it is that we do, whether it's in my organization or the organizations that I serve in, or whether it's SASCOC, or whether it's SAWAFS or cricket or everything, it's how do we get to equality? Because that's what's important. That's the goal at the end. It's in the boardroom, whether it's on the sports field, how do we get to, whether it's at development level, where we are running parallel programs for boys and girls. If the boys program is starting at 5 years old, the girls program has also started. How to achieve that? There's various different ways. Fortunately for me, recently I've had the opportunity to work with international organizations, and learning how they do things differently from how we do things, and how they grow, and how they also take a lot into what is like organizations around them that can help them elevate and get to that level. I do think that in South Africa we have structures in place. We do have the structures in place. The problem we have is implementing what's within those structures, implementing what is within those policies. We don't take 6 to 10 years to approve a women in sport policy, but when they win gold and silver medals at the Olympics or world champions and stuff, we're at the airport to meet them, but we actually don't know how they got to where they got to. And that's what we need to work on. Building from that grassroots level up and making sure that we are proud, but proud with the fact that I helped and I contributed towards getting that person to that level. I mean, you listen to some of the stories of the Olympic athletes and how they got there, and it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that we have a country that's so talented, and I would say raw talent, because if you look at everything that we've achieved, it's literally raw talent where somebody's taken that and driven it towards a certain direction in order for them to get to where they are. So gender equality, that's where we need to get to. Whether it's payment, performance, everything, we need to get to that. How we need to get to that, we start at the bottom, we work our way up. I'm not saying nothing has been done. We've come a long way. We still have a long way to go. But also, I think more importantly, within the boards that we have in sports, I know people always say, sorry, Gen Zs, I have to say this. People always say Gen Zs are problematic. They don't take responsibility. But unfortunately, what we need to understand as sports leaders is that they are the future leaders of sport, and we need to capacitate them and help them get to that level and help them understand the role that they will play in the advancement, especially for women in sport in this country.
Shoo. I can't use that anymore now. No. I think Firstly, you know, in closing that last thing, girls, go get your money. No one is saying don't get your money. Go get your money. I think the advice that we're giving you is learn when you should be paid and learn when it's not necessary and when there's a greater goal to it. Because when you do that, then it's easier to advance and move within the pathways. And I think Asantambi is correct. I mean, each and every one. I started off as volunteer. I was washing socks as a manager in my federation and working as a youth rep before getting to where I am today. And it is, I think, critical for us to note that there's a job that we all have to do, right, and a responsibility that we all have first as consumers of sport, because I think we start looking at it as our responsibility. Each and every one of us like sport. We love it. We like to watch it. You know, it intrigues us. It interests us. It's something that we all love, and that's what drew us to then come and serve it and try to do what's best for it. I always say that the concept for me has been that sport has changed my life. And I'm quite certain that there's lives of many people that sports can change. And I need to contribute to the process that ensures that tomorrow it can change somebody else's life. And, you know, the next day and the next day. I come from a federation where a lot of girls and a lot of boys would never have seen the inside of a university hall without the bursaries that were given to them by playing their sport. And that is the reality. We have such an unfortunate burden that we have to take this thing and make sure that we leave it better than what we found it, because it needs to change somebody else's life tomorrow.
So my vision is blocked by the policy. If we can finalize that policy, because of, I mean, Amanda had actually showed so well how we can even restructure the implementation. If we can finalize the. Oh, by the way, in your absence, there was a recommendation that we should meet with you guys.
So by the way.
By the way. Yeah, it's by the way. So if we can finalize that policy and implement it, I'm telling you, we will be able to reach all these things that we are talking about. Because of then on that plan, we would be putting targets and deadlines. And one of the things that Amanda indicated was the fact that there's no indication of, say, if they don't do it, what is the penalty? And we need to come up with together to actually make sure that everybody implements our agreements. So to me, Sis Ruth, we need to finalize that policy. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. You guys, honestly, the discussions were brilliant and truly thought-provoking. And I think, we now have a clear idea of where we have to go. And you guys all handled it like the pros you are. And thank you for sharing your insights and your knowledge with us. We truly appreciate it. I'm now going to have the floor open and just take a few questions. So please raise your hand if you have a question for any of our panelists.
Us on the red carpet.
Not really, Mother. Good afternoon.
Introduce yourself.
Okay, it's Mihlali Kazi from University of Fort Hare. So this one is based to Umada. She has mentioned that we have to move. If you want to make a change, we have to move with people that will make a change with you. Now, in a case where you want to make a change, but now people that you see as leaders are the one who are actually stopping you from trying to make this change because it didn't really come with them. Like, what do you really do with that?
They said mother.
No, to everyone that is there.
So, I have gone through a lot of those people. and possibly, let me correct it to say, I was lucky in my environment of employment to to work with great men who allowed me to grow and gave me space to achieve what I wanted to achieve in my employment, in sports. Oh, in sports federations, you will get them. You will get them, those who really want to block you. But one thing, and we were discussing that even yesterday, the fact that our problem is one thing. We want to plan our career in one way. You understand? So when they block you, you keep on fighting the blockage. No, plan your career in different ways. When they block you here, they must find you somewhere at a higher level. And I had gone through the highest levels because of moving away from the blockage. So don't allow the blockage to block you. Get other ways of achieving. I have done study in marketing, I have done in PR, I have done in entrepreneurship. So I had opened my opportunities. I serve in boards. If you close me on the National Federation, I go and look for a board. And you shouldn't allow other people to determine your destination. Plan your destination to say, okay, what are my options with all the skills that I have? And where do I want to be on in whatever year? I hope I've responded to that's it. Thanks. Yeah.
Can I add to that and say there's power in reading as well, guys? Yeah. And I think a lot of the times we don't like to engage ourselves with the governing documents of the organizations that we're working in. We sit and we suffer when the answer has been sitting there in the Constitution all along, and you haven't, activated that. So read, empower, equip yourself, know the system you're working in, because you cannot defeat a system that you're not well versed in.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you very much. Bitumelo again. My question is, you spoke about branching out, and Moneri, you also spoke about volunteering. We hear your stories and we all think it's glitz and glam, but we know that you had to face so many hurdles before you could achieve what you have achieved. My question is, what kept you going? Because you advise us on being patient and also knowing that you need to start somewhere. What kept you going? And secondly, do we really have to have a time frame in achieving your things? Because what you might achieve in 4 years, it might take me 10 years. What is it that you need to also implement in yourself mentally, physically, and emotionally to know that it might not happen now, but trust the process that it will happen one day?
Oh, I think for me, was very important for me to empower myself with federation documents, constitutions and stuff. And I was fortunate in that I had people around me who also understood that and guided me in that direction, where I could tell you the ins and outs of a constitution and how to understand it, not to interpret it from the person that is bullying you, but to interpret it from the Constitution's point of view. That was the first thing. Secondly, for me, it's always been that, it's not about a one direction. And a lot of the times when you serve in organizations, the people within that organization want to dictate to you which direction your career should take. And for me, it was never that. And I think I was always just a stubborn child, so, you need to know what you want. What do you want out of this? That's a question that you need to ask yourself. Where do I see myself going, and what is it that I want out of this? I mean, when I came back into sport, I came back as a soccer mom, and I feel I've achieved more than, that I thought I could. within the environment. But as I say, I have very strong mentors. I have people around that I can pick up the phone, even in the middle of the night, and call and have certain conversations with, and understand that sometimes, which is very important, and that took me a long time to learn, is that when I'm being pushed out of something or removed from something, it's because I don't belong there. And you need to accept that. And that's the hardest thing. You need to accept that. But when you accept that, also understand, where are you going? Why do you do this? For me, it's always been, why do I do this? I know why I do it. And that is why I'm able to pick myself up from whatever it is and carry on and move on and achieve more and do more and get into certain spaces. Education plays a huge part in it. My spirituality plays a huge part in it. And you just take it from there. You can't sit there and say, in 2 years I will be this. Remember that certain things aren't just determined by you. There are other factors that determine that. And you need to figure out where you are headed. It could take you 2 years, it could take you 2 months, it could take you 10 years. But as long as you are making positive strides towards that direction and understanding that I'm not going to allow somebody to determine where I need to get to. I'm going to determine where I need to get to the point that now if I get a call or something that says, listen, we'd like you on this board, I'm like, okay. I look back and I say, what am I going to achieve out of it? And people will say, oh, but that's selfish. No, it's not selfish. I invest a lot in myself from an educational perspective and everything else. So what is in it for me, and how does this align with my vision of where I want to head to within the space, you know? And when I get the answers to that, then I decide whether I'm going in that direction or I'm not going in that direction. Because also a lot of the times people will pull you into different organizations because they have their own agendas. Why are they pulling you into that? And she taught me that. Why are they pulling you into that? And that's a question in the past I'd never asked myself, but now I do. Why do you need me in your organization? What do you want from me? Because everything else that I can do it. And this is what I am bringing. And you're not being cocky about it. You're not being arrogant about it. But it's knowing who you are and what your capabilities are. And people will look at you and say, oh, she thinks she knows too much, or she thinks she's this, she's that. No, what's your vision? Align with your vision. Align with where you want to head to.
But it's also okay to know too much. You've got to be honest with yourselves. It's okay to also know too much. It's all right to know, and when I know, it's my responsibility to share what I know, so that others can know as well. But I think to be able to survive in this space, you need to enjoy drinking the tears of people. And if you don't enjoy that, you're not going to survive here, because there are certain things. And for me, how I center myself at the end of the day is I've prioritized sleeping well. No matter what happened during the day, if I've been true to myself and I can sleep well, then I'm all right with it. Right? Whether I made the wrong decision, it's fine, as long as it's the decision that stayed true and consistent with where I stand and my ethos as an individual, then it's cool. And sometimes that will cause tears for others. So you must enjoy drinking those tears if that is the case, if somebody collides with what you believe and know to be true. Second to that, sport doesn't like a knowledge-based system. I'm a governance person. Anybody who knows me knows that's even how I think. We can even be discussing lunch and I'll think of it in a very governance way. That's just how I am. And I had a lot of panel beating that had to be done on me to also teach me that. But there's also times to disagree. Or there's times where you can allow just a little breach of the rule so that we can just continue the flow, you know, and things like that. And it's still a tough thing for me to have to sit and go, hey, this thing is not right, but you know that you have to just be okay with it being wrong for a bit so that you can get right. So I think sometimes it's also understanding and knowing yourself, and having a team behind you and with you and beside you at all times to be able to go, listen, I'm being Lwandi about this. Can you just un-Lwandi this moment, because I'm thinking about it in my way and it's refusing to go any other way. So I need you to redirect this thing for me. And that way, then you are able to be a better and more effective team member without having yourself standing in your way all the time as well. And you need to have those people who understand the field and who understand you, who can then tell you you're being Lwandi now. And this Lwandiness is not it. Or sometimes they're ones who call you and say, we need Lwandi now. You see, so you've got to, it's all about understanding that and having a good team and understanding yourself and being centered in your ethos.
So one of the things that encouraged me to work on in this environment is the fact that, and I always talk about this story of how I started from primary school realizing that there were no women who were running sport. All the guys, whether it was from a club or from a school, from whatever, were men. And I had this mission to say, I want to be a teacher one day, and I want to make sure that girls participate in sport. But one of the issues that I told myself was that I took so long to achieve what I wanted to achieve. And we can shortcut that experience with young girls today by sharing these experiences. By having it, so we are not doing these conferences for the love of doing it. We are doing these conferences for us to share so that you can actually not follow the long route that we took, for you guys to be able to shorten that journey and achieve whatever you want to achieve in a shorter space of time. But one of the things that frustrates me is when people are doing things because of my friend is doing it. You need to have passion. I'm telling you what keeps me going during tough times. It's my passion. It's my passion because I told myself there's no one who can take that passion away from me. So even if you block me, I will unblock myself. That's my passion. But also, I realized one thing. I didn't have a network at my younger age. I built networks as I move on. And my networks works for me. They work for me, they open doors where I can't go. But also, one of the things, and that's why we have a mentorship program, I realized that most of women, and I realized it because of most of them were coming to us raising issues, and we realized that women don't have anyone to talk to. And sometimes you don't even trust your friend. So you need somebody you trust, but also you need somebody who can give you advices and guide you. And I think one of the things that we need to make sure that it happened, and I said it even in the morning here, that our mentorship is not going as the way we want, but I think very soon we will be having a very good mentorship program where you could pick up your mentors in our system and make sure that all of us, whoever wants it, should be able to access it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that's a great place to wrap it up, and we will have more discussions a bit later. So I think, yeah, because it's about time for lunch. So thank you once again to our dear panelists for sharing your wealth of knowledge and your insights. We truly appreciate it, and it was really valuable to all of us. So we will now break for lunch. So please be back by about 10:45, as we will then continue with our next keynote session, and we will have another round of roundtable discussions where you can also then have the floor. All right. Thank you, everyone. Let's go have lunch.
Thank you for putting us in the rank.
This now Cuckoos.
but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish, they won't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my dad be no wrong. But it they rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It they rush well, it be much.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ooh-wee, this beat is. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. So right now we are going to continue with our program, and it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Fiona Chamber. Yes? 246, 246, 246, room 246. You have to check out now. Please head to reception or to your room and check out, please. 246. Thank you. But before I call upon Dr. Chambers, I first just want to give a big thanks to our panelists for joining us today. It was really such a fruitful and valuable conversation, and we really enjoyed it, and we gained a lot from it. So I just want to say, Lwandi and Munira, thank you so much for joining us. It's always such a pleasure having you guys here, and thank you for all you do for women in sport. And just for a token of appreciation, I have a small gift for you. Yesterday. My Betty must also get something. Oh. And then, of course, our wonderful Ma Betty. I also want to call you first. Ma Betty, you come to the stage first. You come first because, honestly, you have been paving the way for us for decades. And we are so grateful to you and all you do for us. No, thank you, Ma Betty. Thank you for everything you do for us. And yeah, so Ma Betty, she deserves, give her a proper round of applause, honestly. Thank you for your decades of service and work to women and women in sport. And then, yeah, she was part of the masterclass yesterday. So those of you that don't know, there's a masterclass that was held yesterday, and Ma Betty was doing a lot of work there, and she does tremendous work just in general. So I think Ma Betty just deserves acknowledgement and appreciation just for existing, honestly. So thank you. And then Lwandi and Munira, thank you for your insights and your valuable input you have given us as well. So just a small token of appreciation for you as well. So please join me. Yeah, big round of applause, guys. All right. So now it is with great pleasure that I now introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Fiona Chambers, all the way from Ireland. She is based in Cork, and Dr. Chambers is a seasoned leader in higher education with over 30 years of experience in education, sport, and innovation. Currently, she serves as a senior lecturer and associate professor at University College Cork, where her work centers around the intersection of teaching, research, and civic engagement, all aimed at driving social impact. Dr. Chambers is a certified design thinking coach through the Hasso-Plattner Institute and is also a Lego Serious Play facilitator. Her innovative approach is further exemplified by her role as co-founder of the Postgraduate Diploma in Innovation through Design Thinking at University College Cork, a program funded by the Irish government to enhance innovation practices across the workforce. During the pandemic, Dr. Chambers launched the first global innovation competition for sport, the Global Design Challenge for Sport and Physical Activity, which holds UNESCO patronage. This initiative crowdsources ideas for sustainable impact, uniting global organizations across the innovation landscape. In addition to her academic and professional achievements, Dr. Chambers serves as the president of the Association Internationale des Écoles Supérieures d'Éducation Physique, further underscoring her commitment to advancing the field of sport and education globally. Today, Dr. Chambers will be discussing crucial strategies for building capacity, fostering consensus, and creating a common purpose for women in sport. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Fiona Chambers.
Hello, I need a mic. Hi everybody. So I think you need a prize, actually, Joe, for actually pronouncing the organisation that I'm president of. So I might have to organise a gift for you. So, thank you. So I'm really thrilled to be here. I was here yesterday for the leadership programme, and it's just joyful to be around so many future and current leaders in the area of women in sport. I want to thank one of the stellar leaders in that, and that's Natambi, and thank her sincerely for inviting me here to talk to you today. So you're going to have to fasten your seatbelts because we're going to cover a lot of ground. I hope you're ready for it after your lunch. So I've been involved in developing strategies to build capacity and consensus toward a common purpose for years, not only in my work but also in my life. And I want to begin by starting with the inspiration that South Africa has had on me. So when I was 17, I drank tea out of that mug every day. I went to anti-apartheid rallies. I watched with horror to see Nelson Mandela incarcerated. I watched how he received the freedom of the city of Dublin in 1988 when I was just 20 years of age. And I just thought he was just one of those absolutely inspirational figures for me, and always has been. And as soon as I could make my way to South Africa, I did so. But I did it on my honeymoon, and that was in 1998. I had the joy of going into Soweto, going to his home, standing in his living room, looking at his presidential robes, actually being able to touch them. They wouldn't let you do that now, I'd say. Putting my fingers in the bullet holes on the walls of that home and looking across the road at the house of Bishop Desmond Tutu, the only road in the world that at that time had 2 Nobel Peace Prize winners living on it. So it was quite a special moment. So that set the scene and the tone for me around how to build consensus. If you recall, and you know it better than me, how he built a university within Robben Island, how he was able to actually encourage and educate so that he could build that consensus and drive forward a new South Africa. And where I come from Ireland, and you're saying, why is she talking about South Africa and now she's moving to her own country? But there is a resonance, and if you're patient with me, you'll see it. So when we think of Ireland, that's the picture that we have of Ireland. It's really green. I'm wearing a lovely green dress. It's got lovely legends, myths, beautiful food, all the gorgeous things. I love where I'm from. But there is a darker underbelly to what I've lived with in my lifetime over my earlier lifetime. So Ireland is a fractured island. It's a small island off the western coast of Europe, but there's one section of it that's governed by the United Kingdom, and the other section is a Republic of Ireland, where I'm from. And we have a very, very checkered colonial past. And although we're one island, we've no physical border. There's about 7 million of us. We've the 2 jurisdictions, different currencies. We have different religions, which was the cause of some of the angst that we went through. We have very, very complex sport governance because of our history. So representation can be for any part of the island or all of the island, effectively. And Brexit sprinkled a lot of chaos on top of it as we went through. So when I was born, literally within a year, probably a few months of my birth, we kicked into a war on the island of Ireland, which was driven by religious division. It maimed thousands of people, it killed thousands of people, and my entire memory was living on that border between the north of Ireland and the south of Ireland, and trying to navigate constant stories of shootings, of bombings. It was just relentless, 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 and we were really tired of it. My most, I suppose, significant memory at that time was a kidnapping that happened where the person who was kidnapped was held in my village. So captured by paramilitaries because he was a wealthy businessman. And I was 14 at the time, watching tanks rolling up and down my town, etc., etc. And in that time, I didn't really see much hope for what could happen, and I didn't think we had any role in that. But then came the Good Friday Agreement 30 years later, in 1998, on the 10th of April. It's emblazoned in my brain. We had watched South Africa do it. Now we had Ireland doing it. But it only happened because of amazing people. And that was the Prime Minister of England, Tony Blair, and the Prime Minister of Ireland at the time, the Taoiseach, Bertie Ahern. So in readiness for this, I said that was the most pivotal consensus journey that I'd ever witnessed in my lifetime, the one that had the most impact. And I had a chat with my friend Tim O'Connor, who was a broker of that peace process, which was highly complex. It involved governments and parties and was just incredibly complex how they reached it. And what Tim said to me, and Tim is one of my great mentors, he said, these were the things that worked. This is why it worked at that point in time and why it continues to work to this day. It's 25 years old at this point, 25 to 26 years old. So it was about being side by side. We've talked a lot about that over the last 2 days. Having a singularity of purpose, no fuzziness, really sharp focus on where you want to go. This urgency, and I feel it in the room today, an urgency about what you want to do and a momentum towards doing it. So it's not about scattering around the place like mice at a crossroads. It's about being really focused and saying, we're all going here, and let's all go there with our common messaging and our energy. So an urgency towards that, and I feel it in the room. A comprehensive agenda, and I think Mandy brought that up today. You need everything on the table when you're negotiating, when you're developing a consensus. There's no point in saying, oh gosh, I forgot that bit over here. For example, you brought up about the ombudsman this morning, the sports ombudsman. There are things that will happen in this room and are discussed in this room that need to be added and augment that policy that's currently on the table. The idea that it's inclusive, that you always bring it back to the people, and this is fundamental. And it's part of my work in the area of futurology and design fiction and things like that. You always need to actually look adjacent to where you're working and peripheral to where you're working. So it's not just finding allies in sport. It's finding allies in industries that are peripheral and adjacent to where you're working currently, or it's not going to stick. It goes back to what Lisa said earlier about the systemic approach. So I carry those ideas with me, and it has really ignited, I suppose, where I've gone in my career as a design thinker, etc. So it's carried with me empathy, and I'll dig into that a bit deeper because empathy can be dangerous as well. So I have an empathy because of it. I also, and this is something that James Joyce talked about, I am really, and many Irish people are really comfortable with ambiguity because we have lived through a colonial past and we're just 100 years out of that. What I would say is, and as Joyce puts it in Finnegan's Wake, we have the ability to hold two thinks at one time. It sounds a weird way to put it, but it means that we're really comfortable when things aren't quite sitting right. we can navigate our ways through it. And also it carried for me this idea of hope, and hope is fine, but it's nothing without agency. It's nothing without agency. There's no point in hoping for stuff. You got to get out there and you got to do it, and you have to be skilled enough to actually do it as we go through. So my first, I suppose, one of the first things that I founded because of all those experiences was All Ireland, All Active. 2 people from Ireland, 2 women, myself and Deirdre Brennan, who lived on the border between Northern Ireland and the south of Ireland, set up the very first all-island sport body to promote women and girls' physical activity on the island of Ireland. So I started doing things very quickly. The agency bit kicked in pretty rapidly, and on I went from there. So for the rest of the presentation, I want to focus particularly on you and what's going on for you at this point in time, and give you some insights into ways in which I've worked with consensus, what I've had to consider around that issue, and some exemplars of that. So how I'm going to organize the rest of the presentation is using Simon Sinek's golden circles. So we're talking about why, how, and what. We've spoken a lot about those, but I'm just going to organize my thoughts around it as we go. Before you go into any situation, and this goes for women in sport policy or anything else we're trying to do that's big and bold, you have to zoom out a bit to understand the why bit, okay? Beyond just sport. And we've touched on some of these issues earlier, and I'll just share them with you now. So we start with the why, and I'm going to zoom around the place a bit. I'm going to go peripheral and adjacent and all over the place. So the context at the moment for all of us, not just people in South Africa, we have 5 different major contextual issues that are going on currently. Society 5.0, we have the learning and meta skills drive across the world. We have phygital and data, hope you can read that. We have all the digital generations which we spoke about earlier. And we have the issue around health and well-being, and particularly digital well-being, which is an area of expertise that I engage in. So when we talk about Society 5.0, again, I'm not sure, I think this morning on the panel we did talk a little bit about something like this. So we've had, this is our 5th society in the world, globally. So we've had the hunter-gatherers, the agrarian, we've had the industrial age, we've had the information age, and now we have Society 5.0. It gives me huge hope again, this society, because the Japanese in 2018 came up with the concept that it wasn't like the information age, which was all about where we had to try and understand technology. This new society is where technology is in the service of people. It's all about equity. It's trying to bring, it's trying to bring equity to everybody on this planet, so they have enough food, so there's no food poverty, climate change is dealt with, etc. And that it's technology that's actually going to bring us there. Some of my most recent research has actually pushed it a little bit further, and I've said, actually, you got to go broader, and you need to think about the planet. It's not just the people on the planet, it's anything that's alive on the planet that we need to consider. So from people to all of life. Okay, so this is a really empowering society that we're currently living in. The second one is the World Economic Forum skills, and we talked about building capacity. And I felt yesterday's session certainly dealt with an awful lot of these. But you'll see the ones that are highlighted in purple are the ones that are most significant since the pandemic. And then we have all the others around that are really critical to all of us surviving on this planet, and not just in work, because it's not all about work, it's about life, and it's about our engagement in society. In terms of phygital and data, we have metaverse, we have AI, augmented reality, virtual reality, mirroring, life logging, that's just one side of the coin. We have our chat bots, we have the AI bit, if I drill in here a little bit more, we have ChatGPT, we have AGI rather, which is the newest form of intelligence, which is the generative intelligence that's bigger than humans. Scary. And they're now mixing it with quantum physics. That makes it even scary and could be optimistic, I'm not sure. We have all of these new tech, Vision Pro, all of these landing all the time. And then probably the thing that will really, it will really help this organization and other organizations in South Africa is this idea that data is gold. So Chris Humby came up with this idea that data is gold. It's crude until we do something with it, though. And the power is in the data. The power is in the data lakes, where you bring all the data sets together and they speak to each other. So when you're advocating and you're trying to drive towards that consensus and that common purpose, you have data to support what you're saying. It's not bits of anecdotal stories. It's not bits of small studies. It's really hefty studies that can actually drive it home. We've social media sprinkled on top of that, which I won't labour, but it's critical to what we're doing currently. And if we look at who you serve, this is one of the other big five, it's all of those digital generations. So Mark McCrindle, who's an Australian sociologist, he has come up with the concept of these digital generations. And in this particular diagram, you can see we have everything in your organization and in any organization that go from builders who were born in I can't even read my own blooming thing, 25 to 1945, so they're through the war all the way up as far as Gen Alpha. So Gen Alpha are 14 now. So Gen Z, I'm delighted you're in the room, but Gen Alpha also are going to be in the room very soon. They were born between 2010 and 2024. And then from 2025, we will have Generation Beta, okay? It's interesting just to note the social markers. So you look at this in more detail if you look at Mark McCrindle's website. You will see that Gen Alpha's social marker has been COVID. The global financial crisis for Gen Z was a big social thing that hit you guys. September 11 was for the Gen Y, okay? And then if we drill into Gen Alpha a little bit more, 2.5 million born every single week. They're the people you're serving, yeah? Yeah, and I won't labour it. It's very detailed, but you can read it at your leisure. If I was to just capture, this is Mark's work from Australia. If I look at Gen Alpha, the features of them, most material endowed, but I think this is a very Western view, so, you know, take it with a pinch of salt. Most tech supplied, they're going to live the longest, depending on where they are on the planet, most formally educated, most globally connected, the largest generation ever on this planet, okay? Huge opportunity, and I see it the same with Gen Z. My children are Gen Z, 23 and 25, and they are wow. I'm thrilled. I think they're going to do amazing things in this world. So Gen Z, wow, I applaud you. You're amazing. You're brave, you're fearless. The world is in great hands. The world is in great hands. It's so exciting. Okay, now, still in the why. Really important to look at nested policies. I'm going to pop through these because we've spoken about them ad nauseum. First one, Kazan Action Plan. Yesterday we talked about if you don't, you can't lead without reading or leading and reading. So essentially, be familiar with these policies. Know how the Women in Sport policy is nested within lots of other mother policies. So this is a big one. Second one is Fit for Life. Get familiar with that one. Physical inactivity, inequality, inclusion, all the things that matter in your policy as well. Your vision for Africa, 2063, you better tie it onto that if you're talking to your government. And then when you talk to your policy that you've developed, there are some really nice things going on in your policy. It is very slow moving. It does need to be iterated for sure, because once it gets out there, it's actually going to be the thing that I would say it's going to drive you forward. It's the fuel in your engine. You need to get it sorted. You know that already. And I have every confidence in this room that it's going to happen. In terms of the burning platform that has been set out in your own policy, there are many issues: gender inequality, exclusion, disadvantage, this idea of facing an uphill battle in traditionally male sports, and all of the different things in terms of gender-based violence, etc. This is what's called out at the moment as the burning platform in your draft policy. That may iterate and change. Remember back to my slide on consensus that said all issues must be there. You have to have them there. If they're not there, you have nothing to play with. You have nothing to work with. You can't change things. And you see how long it takes to get a policy up and running, you know? So get it, it doesn't have to be perfect, but get it reasonably perfect, and then you can iterate it as you go forward. And here we come with the how bit. And we've been talking about how a lot in the last couple of days, and I'm going to share my experience as a design thinker and innovator as to a paradigm that I use and I'm going to show you how I've used it. Okay? So, I think, and I'm just very biased, I think that design thinking is a superpower. So design thinking is a way of looking at problems. It's a way at finding problems, not just solving them, finding the right problem to solve. Okay? It's about human-centered innovation. It's all about people. It's trying to create really delightful products, services, experiences for people. I love the word delightful. It just conjures up this kind of magical kind of feeling about something. That's what we're trying to create here as best we can. What is it? It deals with wicked, messy, crazy problems, just like the one you have in relation to your women in sport policy and all the issues that it calls out. It deals with data-informed guesses. I know it says educated, but that's what it means. It means that you engage in abductive reasoning to try and figure out what's going on. You gather multiple data points, you triangulate them, and then you're able to synthesize the issue you're solving, and then off you go and go crazy and solve it. The main thing about what you solve is it has to have contextual meaning. It cannot be done, as you called out Mandy earlier, at a top table with all these people sitting around, mostly, as I said yesterday, pale, male and stale, all sitting around the table deciding what works for people. Design thinking is quite a flat structure. It's all about people together finding the problem and then finding the solution to that problem, okay? It's really fabulous, and it's always about the context of those you're serving, okay? So it is totally founded in empathy, but not empathy as we know it. So 3 types of empathy. Some are wonderful, some are not so wonderful. So we have lots of negative things about empathy. Empathy can be a really bad thing sometimes. The 3 types that I talk about now are cognitive, all about your head, being empathic with your head, being empathic with your heart, which is your emotional one. The one I like is the one where you combine the 2, and it's your compassionate empathy. It's where you are still thinking and being logical, and you're not overdoing it, you know. Nobody needs, hugs and hugs and hugs if they have a serious problem. That's not going to solve their problem. So we need pragmatism in the midst of empathy. That really works. So when we are working in that empathic mindset, I'm borrowing Henry Tim's notion of, the Hippocratic Oath that medical practitioners sign up to. I think there's a Hippocratic Oath for design. So whenever you're designing experiences for people, whatever that is. And that Hippocratic Oath is about moving thoughtfully and improving things. Do no harm. If one person is harmed by your policy or harmed by an initiative that comes from your policy, then you've done something awful, actually. That's not what this is about. So you have to move carefully, thoughtfully, with data informing everything that you're doing. Sorry, I'm going to go back. I figured that out. Great. So, design thinking is wow. I love it, as I mentioned. But design thinking has some sister kind of pathways that you have to follow as well. So you engage in your design thinking, you establish what the problem is, you establish what the solution is, and then you move into an agile zone when you start iterating to check, and you keep going back to your end users. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? And then when you think you're right, you build a business model around it and you fly it. Off it goes. But you keep evaluating it and you keep checking, is the thing I created working? Likewise with your policy. It doesn't sit there on a shelf. It has got to be a living policy that actually that you can actually move through, etc. How do you do it? So I'm going to borrow a project that I'm currently working on in Ireland, which is emanated from our Women in Sport policy. And I'm going to just, before I get into that, just walk through the types of stuff we're going to do, and then you'll understand the case, okay? So the first thing about design thinking is it's about a mindset, okay? Second thing is it's about following a process that's highly iterative. You can go back as much as forward. You're not on a train going to wherever thinking I can't get off the train. You can get off the train, you can go back to the first stop, sort things out and go forward again. And then there's the learning places. So if we were doing design thinking in this room here, we would create a space that would really make you want to, design cool things. We do it for sure. So with this growth mindset, which is what I call typically the mindset, it's growth mindset, but it's also this idea of a brave space. I weirdly, I know you might throw things at me, but I think the idea of a safe space is just too benign for me. It's a brave space we're looking for, actually, and I hear it all the time when every one of you stands up to speak. We've a growth mindset, which is always about everybody has something to offer. I mightn't totally agree, but I want to hear it. We are respectful towards each other. I'm really, if I make a mistake, it's cool, you know what I mean? It's all fine, within reason. I always say within reason. And then we have the idea of this brave space. So the combination of a growth mindset and this brave space, it's basically where we're authentic, but we're vulnerable. I like being humble, or, there's a bit of humility going on here, yeah, when you're doing things like this. We've our empathy. We're okay with that two thinks idea, that ambiguous idea. We have a growth mindset, and the bit I love most is the radical candor. And I saw lots of radical candor here today. So radical candor is, it's with respect saying what you think. It's not about attacking the person. It's about, I need to say something, I'm going to say it with respect, and I'm going to be very candid. And that's really important. It's not about, oh, you're great. You know what I mean? That's not what this is about. You have to be able to give proper feedback on what's going on, particularly in the policy domain. In terms of the process, there are two sides to the process. We spend 80% of our time finding the problem. So if I had 5 days to solve a problem, I spend from Monday to Thursday figuring out what's my problem, and I spend Friday ideating and doing all the solution stuff and having great fun doing that. And then finally, there's the learning spaces. And the learning spaces, basically, if you go to the bottom part of that there, you create spaces which allow knowledge to be processed, that are cultural, that enable your process, that have a nice social, fun dimension, and there's always stimulation going on in that space. Okay, so you must create spaces in which they're conducive to making things happen, etc. So, let's get on to the case study. So this is our Women in Sport policy. We did have white papers, or green papers, white papers before this came through. And we have distilled it down so that everybody can understand our policy. Women in sport have really, I would say, it's probably only in the last 10 years that we've really come to the fore in Ireland, believe it or not. We have a woman CEO of our Sport Ireland, which is the main organisation for sport in Ireland. And we also have a woman CEO for the Federation of Irish Sports. So women are in very, very significant position, and they're powerful, and there's nobody blocking them. They're amazing. So this particular policy has emanated from the mother policy, the overarching sport policy for Ireland. And essentially what it has actually done is it's followed a very particular process. It did use research to gain insights to create the policy, highly iterative, highly engaging, and they used a thing called a hybrid architecture. So a hybrid architecture is where it's top down and bottom up. You need both, actually, to get this right. And what I liked most about it was they highlighted 4 things we need to think about, not more than 4. We don't need 20 million things. 4 things: sorting out leadership and governance for women, active participation, increasing that, increasing women's visibility through media or whatever, and then the coaching and officiating. And from that, which is the bit I'm going to get to in my next bit, is there was all these fantastic initiatives happened across Ireland. And the way it works, they, as in Sport Ireland, may decide to do initiatives, or we can come forward with ideas for initiatives if we see a need, and then it can be taken on nationally. So there's lots of ways in to implement your policy. Otherwise, it's just a dusty document and it's doing nothing. So the grand challenge for me, when I was working in Ireland on this particular case study, was to co-design and activate an engaging, impactful digital wellbeing education program for players so that they could thrive and flourish online. It connected to all 4 pillars because we saw that digital wellbeing was a key thing that was hampering women moving forward as they were going. Does anyone know what digital wellbeing is? Any idea? You could hazard a guess, I'm sure. Okay, you got wellbeing. I'm sure you know what that is. So what do you think digital wellbeing is? Don't be afraid. You're well able to talk. I know that. Pardon? Healthy and well in a digital space. So, in other words, when I say digital well-being, I always talk about values, and the digital competency bit. So I should be the same person online as I am with you. My values don't move or change. So this is where bullying starts to happen. So digital well-being. So I've written some stuff on that, and I've created this program now in Ireland on it. So fundamentally, this was a huge issue it's an issue everywhere, but it's an issue particularly for women and girls in this particular organisation. So I worked with, and you won't be able to read that, but this is the Ladies Gaelic Football Association. So Gaelic football is one of our Irish indigenous sports. It's a phenomenal sport, but the CEO of that organisation came to me and said, would you do a keynote? So I came in and I did a keynote on digital well-being, and from that she said, we have to do something. Everything you said in that keynote is what's happening in our organisation. So I said to her, the only way I will work with you is if I can co-design this. I said I can happily sit in my room and design it, but I prefer to do it with you guys. So I set upon a journey, which is going to go on for another few months at least, to try and develop a toolkit for them. And the toolkit is an online program, but it has another partner aspect to it, which is it's a DigiSafe code that they're going to have in every single club in Ireland. And it's part of their wellbeing compass. So they can't tick the box on the wellbeing compass unless they achieve this particular educational goal. So what we did to try and attack this and create this particular solution to the issues they were having around digital wellbeing is gather all of these types of people around the table in this hybrid architecture. So that's how social innovation works. I leave that door wide open. If I forget to invite you to the first thing, I'll invite you the next time. The door is never closed. If my friend says to me, oh my goodness me, Mary is fantastic at that, she needs to be here, she's the head of that organisation, come on in, Mary. So the door is open all the time, right through the process as you go through, and that's how you get things to move and work. So how did we even come up with the idea that it had to be an education program? We didn't know it on the first day, all we knew was the challenge. We started following what I've just described to you. So we followed our process. So in the understand and observe phases, we had workshops, and I had preempted all of that with a keynote. We did a research desk study. We co-designed with the leaders first before we went near any of the play shops. We did stakeholder mapping, empathy mapping of personas. I'll share one with you in a moment. Journey mapping of a typical day in the life of a player with digital impinging all the way through and what that looked like for them. Synthesized the findings and did an evaluation report. That propelled us forward into point of view and ideate. In point of view and ideate, again, play shop, more empathy mapping, more journey mapping, developing really wow personas, people we could relate to and say, we want to fix it for that person. As I say, I'll share it with you in a minute. Connecting those stories to the digital competence framework for Europe, which was critical. Creating this DigiSafe Club protocol that I mentioned earlier, synthesizing the findings, always about data, and pushing it forward again. And now we're on to the phase where we have decided this is definitely the solution we want to work with, and we're creating it, designing a 6-month module, blah, 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 all around that. So that's how we come there. What flattened the room? And I mean flattened it not from energy, but flattened it in terms of the people who were actually at the table. It was the moment when we said, it's not about you. So imagine we come into you today and I say, guys, your women in sport policy is not about you at all. And I start to show you the people or composite personas of the types of women and girls that your policy is for. It shifts the energy. It shifts the vision. It shifts the focus of what you're actually talking about. So this was one that we used in the particular project. And it was all about this person that we knew from the data sets does exist. A type of person like Bayou does exist in Ireland currently. We gave her more detail just to try and make her real for all of us. We called out what was going on for her. We called about the types of things that were going on in her life, what worried her. So typically when you develop a persona, and we had multiple personas, by the way, this is only one, we talked about a description of her life, what she needs, and then that insight piece is all about the secret sauce. What's the secret thing about Bayou that once we know it, whatever we design is going to suit her. It's going to fix the issue for her. Yeah? So personas are critical when we're trying to design what we're doing. The other thing, and it's related back to the original, I suppose the title of this presentation is, when you do design thinking, people walk out of the room with all of these unknown, unbeknownst to themselves, skills and competences. And these are just a flavour of the types of things that people learned so far during this process. How to do design thinking, empathy, leadership, how to interview people for those data points, synthesizing data. You get the picture, yeah? They're learning all that stuff, and it's just meta skills. And they're hitting all those World Economic Forum skills by the by. It's like, it's always intentional with me because I'm an educator, but they just happen to do it. And they also started to learn how to engage in consensus. And they learned how to engage with a common purpose, a common drive through those personas. So, for you guys, right, we're nearly there. The now what for you? And I don't know what you think of what I've put on the table. It's certainly a way or a mechanism that could really push this forward, even in getting your policy shiny and ready for action, and it can happen really fast. I mean, I've done design thinking policy stuff in a week. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, but in a sprint. If you have the right people in the room, the thing can move, and there it is. So it depends on getting the people in the room and what you want to do, making sure it's iterated, make sure that everybody has their fingerprints on it, is what I would say. So my final remarks. You have this. It is, I would say, frayed around the edges. There's some bits that need to be fixed. You need to get a policy that's good enough because you need to move forward. You can't spend all the time gilding the lily for the whole next 12 months. Like I'd be saying, I know I'm very bold, but by October, I just say 2024, like. So that's just me being very bold and design thinkerly. Your problem statement, remember that you're going to be adding things to that or subtracting, I'm not sure, but just get that nice and tight. What is your North Star? What are you trying to solve through this policy, and make sure the policy gives you plenty of space to do it. I would invite you to look at the wisdom of my colleague who worked through this horrendous peace process negotiation with a good positive kind of result at the end. I think those 7 rules are quite interesting. I kind of live by them myself, and they seem to work. Engaging in the hope, but also the agency bit as you go through. And as our fabulous Michelle Obama said last week at the Democratic National Congress, we gotta just do something. The Kamala Harris thing, it's not about like, you know, sitting there going, oh my God, that's desperate, oh gosh. We gotta do something. And now is the time. The urgency is there, the momentum is there. We need to do this. We have to do this, for sure. And I think design thinking might, I'm putting it on the table, have a look at it and see what you think could be a way forward. Here are some of the projects and readings and stuff. These are books I've written, all with design thinking focus. Digital Wellbeing, How to Learn to Mentor, Threshold Concepts, Physical Education. These are all the research projects that all use design thinking that I'm leading or have led. Really kind of cool projects, really nice European projects there with significant funding. And then these are the consultancy projects that I'm currently involved in as I'm going through things. Here are 2 programs that I've set up in UCC. I know that Joe called them out earlier. And here are some of the influencers. I like to read a lot, but from lots of sources. You'll see that's kind of very mixed. I do read from my normal stuff, but like, oh my God, Bruce Mau. Please read Bruce Mau. You love him. Chicago, phenomenal. He does the theory of massive change. It's right down your alley. You're going to love him. Maxine Green is another fabulous lady that I love to lean into there. Selected references, blah, 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 and that's who I am. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In the dark.
Thank you, Dr. Chambers, for firstly just traveling 24 hours all the way to join us here today
My red eyes
and
like
to
that.
share your valuable insights and strategies with us. And I'm sure that this will help guide us as we aim to build a stronger and unified future for all. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I will now open the floor for some questions for Dr. Chambers. Lovely, darling. Any questions for Dr. Chambers? Yes, Maruth here in the front. Oh, Ruth, please, can someone hand a mic to her?
You take my mic. You take my mic. Yeah, share the mic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is it red hot? Thank you so much, Dr. Fiona, for the wonderful presentation. We really learned a lot. Let me just indicate to say that in this draft policy of ours, we have really benchmarked against Ireland. If you check the focus areas, I think there are about 9. We have copied them from Ireland. However, we customized them in terms of our country. And then we use those focus areas and then put them in an output. They are there in the implementation plan as we speak. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you also, Ruth, for sharing that with us. We are very excited about this policy being finalized and implemented one day, soon, hopefully. Any more questions? They at the back.
Am I audible? Good day. Thank you so much for your presentation, Mrs. Fiona. So my question is, how vital was it when Ireland implemented their policy? How vital was it to use social media? Because another thing that I think we tend to neglect, especially in our country, is that the internet has its own etiquette. And like, for instance, right now we have a hashtag for today. We have hashtags, we have things that we're posting. But how do we know that these are going to reach the people that we want to reach, or the people that it needs to reach? So I'm asking, well, basically my question is, how vital was it for social media, and did you guys have like social media etiquette to help in doing this policy?
Thank you so much. Great question. Thank you. So the answer is it's critical. It's from what I just said about digital generations. You have got to have a media strategy. You can't have a scattergun approach to this, and it needs to be done with that etiquette you spoke about and the philosophy of digital well-being. So you're doing it with the right values, etc., etc. So I'll speak, certainly women in sport, that policy. If you watch the campaign, it would make you, it's just incredible. If you watch the campaign as it was linked to the recent Olympics, that it was something that was mentioned yesterday, how women are portrayed. It's with dignity, it's with respect, it's about them as athletes, not about them as, you know, as some sort of an object. So they very, very much, there was media training for everybody. They have their hashtags. They have a very focused, sharp, and I would say very professional way of doing it. And then people will do what they will do with it. They will read, tweet, etc. But what they're setting up day one is a really clever, it's a clever messaging system. If you don't harness it, it's just going to fall. Like, I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. You want it to go from builders who read papers, just about, at the age they're at this point, all the way through to the crowd who are literally scrolling all the time. So you have to hit all of them to carry your message. You need your message coming from your policy to be so strong and so sharp and so understandable. So I would also talk about literacy levels there, to make sure that anybody can explain what you're trying to do, and then off you go with it. But it needs to be polished and sharp. Doesn't need a lot of money. You know it doesn't really require a lot of money to do it. But yeah, a really good question. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Oh, there's one over there.
Oh, it's a mic there.
We have a mic. Thank you.
Excellent. I don't just sprint to grab.
Okay. My name is Samantha. I am 16 years old. I was inspired by your speech on passion being a driving force for success. Can you share more about how you have maintained your passion for promoting women's sports despite facing challenges and setbacks?
Okay, Samantha, have you got 2 hours? I'm joking. Okay, I started as a PE teacher I taught physical education for 12 years, and that's what formed me. And I learned very quickly that the network I started to form then, even with my own students, it was like something that was said yesterday, that your students can often go to places that can enable what you're trying to do. So I found the network was critical, but a network where I gave as much as I took. Okay, so I help as much as I can. Because I'm a teacher, because I'm a physical educator, I often don't know if I do something good or I help somebody, I never know whether I did or not, because they go and they do their thing, and it may or may not ever come back to me. So I was very happily able to do that. So that was critical. And the second piece to keep my passion going was having fabulous mentors that didn't block me, but enabled me. And they were people who had arrived already, and they were happy to pull me up the ladder, and were very generous to do that, so that I would do the same. So they taught me how I should behave, and what I needed to do. And with the passion bit, the passion for me, it comes from a desire to make a difference. I know that sounds really trite, and everybody says I want to make a difference, but it's actually true. What I think, when eventually I go to whatever's after this life, if there is anything, I've no idea, I would like to see that there was a Fiona-shaped whatever left, that I made a mark, and that they knew that Fiona was here, for a good reason, not a bad reason, so that I did something. I've no idea what, and I've no idea, have I done it, have I not, but I'm striving to do it with great people, finding my tribe and just loving the journey, and that keeps me going. And I'm also annoyingly optimistic. I'm so optimistic it's annoying. I know it's annoying, but that's one of my traits. Yes. So thank you for the great question, Samantha.
We have a question here in the front.
Hi, thanks, Doc. I'm very interested in Ireland. The reason being, I think if you look at, if you sit and analyze sport, and you look at probably the Spanish football would be one of the federations that would mirror what Irish rugby has been able to achieve. And why I make a distinction of that, I mean, Spanish football has found a system of success for both their men's and their women's teams, for both senior as well as junior levels, which is not too common to find a federation that is able to build across all of those. Irish rugby is a brilliant example of that, coming in at the 15s format with men and women doing extremely well, and the 7s format, men and women doing extremely well. And they've been able to even bridge that gap of the differences in formats, 15s and 7s, also giving equal attention. Do you think it is a result of the provision of equal, number one, equal attention? Is it a matter of equal resourcing? Or what would you say, as an Irish person, has been the success for Irish rugby, and what any of us looking should be trying to emulate, particularly in how they treat the men and the women's game?
So again, I'm going to zoom out a bit. It's not just about sport, what's been going on in Ireland. If you have a look at what's gone on, so the world that my mother was born into versus the world that I live in is totally different, because we now have women's rights in terms of their bodies, what they choose to do with their bodies. We also have women's rights in terms of people's rights in terms of who they choose to marry. We have broken the glass ceiling in our country in relation to lots of gender issues. And because of that bravery, it has opened up vistas in sport that didn't normally exist. Women have got braver. I mean, when my mother was born, she was the property of my dad. So the farm, the house, my mother, us, the animals, the whatever the hell. That was the legislation then. She was not allowed to work once she got married. She had to give up her job if she was in the civil service and mind the family. So we have flipped every single one of those policies, and if you look at our history, it's like a movie. You said Africa's like a movie, it's like a movie for us too. But it's been, we have literally fought and fought and fought in a very religious country. We've pushed back on all of those things, and it has certainly helped us in sport. It's paying dividends, and it's because of that contextual and social, cultural thing that has been going on that we've been able to manage it. It's taken a pace though recently. Like even things like, oh gosh, simple things like women wearing white shorts. It's not, it's not appropriate for women to be wearing white shorts. So simple, little, small things that show some dignity towards women. And then the bigger stuff, obviously, around equal pay and all of those things. They've really, really helped us. But we have this major cultural thing going on at the moment, and it's not over yet, I don't think, which is great.
And then there was a question in the middle. Lots of questions. I love it.
Hi everyone, my name is Jennifer Mativi. I'm from Fight With Inside, also a national boxing coach currently. So when you were discussing design thinking, I got so excited. You can even ask anyone on my table. I've been hearing lots about design thinking, but my question is mostly around most people that speak about design thinking are people that have done their degrees and whatever and are transitioning from a certain career into another career or doing their postgraduate into design thinking. Is there any courses that someone can do or where they can read about design thinking? Because I feel like that might be one of the ways that we can combat the whole scare around AI taking over. And it's seen in most careers. I'm so excited about this, honestly. Design thinking is now seen in finances, in banks, and everywhere. And I'm so excited that it's finally making its way into the sporting industry. And I feel like it's for the better. So can you please share if there's any platforms anyone can read up on or any courses or anything like that?
Yeah. So, my background was banking. I was in the banking sector. Then I went into PE teaching. Then I went to the university, blah, blah, blah. So I'm an entrepreneur. I set up things all the time. I didn't realize I was one until recently, which sounds very weird. But anyway, so that's what I am. I decided maybe 10, 12 years ago to start to look at design thinking. And the first place I went was IDEO, I-D-E-O. So I had the good fortune to attend, it was like the Industrial Research and Design Group in Ireland had a lovely event. And they did a mini version, which I'd love to have done with you, but I may do it at some point. I'd love to do this exercise with all of you. But anyway, I did that exercise with them, and I was like you, I nearly jumped on stage. I was so excited. So I went to IDEO, and they have free resources. You need to look at the D School in Stanford, D.School, and that has all the free resources around design thinking as well. So we want to make it open source, yeah? Now, if you get really serious about it, which I eventually did, I did a masterclass for 3 months, then I decided to go on a mini course, and then I did the coaching qualification. Then you're going to the Hasso-Plattner Institute in Germany, and then you become a coach in it. And then you can decide, you can sprinkle design thinking in anywhere. Do you understand me? That's the whole point of it. It's not a closed door, it's open source. Look at it. If you like what it looks like, try it out. Try it in your next meeting, try it in your next workshop. And then I decided in the last couple of years, because I'm using a lot of art thinking in my work in innovation, in the courses that we run in University College Cork, I have artists in residence. So I decided then I wanted to do stuff with Lego. So I became a Lego serious play person. So I use that with companies, with all these people. My most funny story was recently I was doing it in a university in the UK, and I had the C-suite in the room, and a guy came in, tie, the briefcase, and I was going, oh my God, how is this going to go? We were developing a strategy for the university around a smart university. That's what we were trying to develop, a smart campus. And I thought, he's not going to even touch the Lego. And he literally ripped off his tie, tore it open with his teeth, and off he went with the Lego. He was so excited. And we pushed through because it's metaphor. So don't be afraid to go towards your design thinking. Try it out. There's so many free resources there. Play with them. And then if you want to get more serious again about it, segue into a qualification. But there's loads and loads and loads. And I had a list at the end of my deck with all the different things you could do and things to read. Read a book, The Napkin. It's about being able to sketch ideas in the back of a napkin. So read that book. I think it's by Dan Roam, R-O-A-M. And read anything you can get your hands on by Jean Liedtke, L-I-E-D-T-K-A. Jean Liedtke. She's based in Virginia. She's spectacular. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. And then we have another question over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dawn Lubisi. Doc, I've been trying to phrase this question. I'm really not sure how to go about it, honestly. I've been rewriting it. Hopefully, it will make sense. But for everybody who is in this room, how do we capacitate our Gen Alpha, which you mentioned is very upcoming and is very important in this role? How do we capacitate them with the values that form part of the policy that we hope to pass? And what would you say are the steps we need to take to engage our Gen Alpha? Because they form, like you said, they are up and coming and all of that. So we want to make sure that even when the policy is now in place, how do we make sure that it is continuous? How do we instill in our youth, the young ones, to say, this is how I should be thinking now? This is what is in place. This is how I should be thinking in order to make sure that they are active participants in implementing the policy that we are hoping to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. So, and that's a brilliant question. So, they are your future, these Gen Alphas. So, certainly from my point of view, I think schools are your friend and clubs are your friend. Having worked with kids for years and years and years of every age, the only way you're going to engage them is to, like we were talking earlier about dissemination. So your policy needs to be a policy that can be read by adults, but it also needs to be a policy that can be read by children. All of them need to be able to read this policy, and it needs to be disseminated in such a way that they could literally pick it up like a pocket policy and understand what it's about. More than that, they're not going to be interested unless you say, look at the policy, what things on this policy do you think we might be able to do something about, and they all choose such a thing. That you could create, this organisation could have a project engaging schools with that age group, that they develop something that comes from the actual policy, something that matters to them. So it's what I did almost in translating the policy into something that mattered to clubs. Same thing, but they have to co-design it with you. They have to be in the room, and they will be so ignited by that to say, I did that, I was part of that. That's in every club in South Africa. So your school's your friend, and so are your clubs. And I'm sure you have partnerships anyway, obviously with the clubs, but schools are critical because they'll reinforce your message and they'll really help, yeah? And then you teach them to design think, and then off we go. Yeah, they look at the world differently if they do that, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? No. Thank you, Doc, so much. Honestly, that was a brilliant question and answer exercise, and I think now it's a great time for me to call you and Mandy up to the stage, and just thank you for adding so much value to today. Honestly, we appreciate you guys taking the time and coming and to share your research and share your knowledge with us. And I think this will really contribute to our goal and our common goal of really building a stronger and that unified nation for all that we want. So please join me up here so I could just give you a small token of appreciation to thank you for your time. Round of applause for them. All right, lovely. So instead of going for a small break, I think we rather aim to do the roundtable discussion now, since everything is still fresh in our minds. So we're going to have about 15 minutes to do the roundtable discussions. So once again, just reflecting up on what Dr. Fiona shared with us. And then I'm once again going to come to your table and have one person, a representative, just sharing with us a small summary of your discussions. So you have 15 minutes to do the discussions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, they, them, all present. We will now continue with our roundtable discussions and have you do the feedback. But for this round, we'll now have the representative come forward and address the room from in front, please. So, this is a time to be brave and courageous and take up space. So this is your time to take up space and really, get the show on the road. So we're going to start on my left-hand side with the table at the back on my left hand. So will our representative from table number 1 please come to the front and share with us your valuable insights and, really focusing on the discussions of the panel and our keynote address with Dr. Chambers. So table 1, the floor is yours.
Oh, that one. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hi everyone. I'm Zinhle Mokoka. I was there at the back, table 1. I feel like I was ambushed. We weren't done yet, but we'll share the discussions that we've had so far. So for us, creating a common purpose for women in sports, we spoke about increasing the viewership of women in sports. Because obviously with viewership, sponsors want viewership. I mean, that's where they get value for money. And, I'm getting nervous. Okay. It's better when you're like moving around, but anyways. Okay, I'll calm down. Okay, yes. I feel like we're taken back to school and now you're like under magnifying glass. Okay, so for us it was increasing the viewership of women's sports. So essentially when you look at the men's sport, there's a lot of viewership there, and for sponsors that's value for money, because obviously sponsors like traffic. They want to see a whole lot of traffic happening. So our common purpose, we chose the viewership of women in sports. So how would we do that? How to do that would be making the sport attractive. Firstly, packaging it in a way that it's attractive for viewers to come and watch. You take something like a Comrades Marathon. They've created such a strong brand. I mean, even in the midst of politics and whatever, you still get social runners saying that they want to go and participate because it's the experience of Comrades. It's just the brand of Comrades. So it's so if you package it in a way that for viewers, the experience of the sport and the entertainment of the sport, encourages viewers to come. And I think also another thing that we touched was men and women, we're different. And sometimes maybe we're making the mistake of wanting to package women's sport like men's sport. But we're offering something different, because you have these conversations of, no, we don't watch women's sport because, they're not fast as men, they're not, they have, you get those conversations in the corridors. But maybe we need to start packaging women's sports differently, not emulate what the men are doing, but we also do, we package our sport in a way that it's attractive. And we also spoke about research. When you do research and understand your viewers, understand the people that love the sport, so that you can package it in a way that it's attractive for those viewers. And then another thing that we spoke about, shucks, you see, this is why I said we must make notes, because you go blank up here. So we spoke about that. There is a point that I am forgetting, but I think we didn't. Yes, so doing research about, the sport, doing research about the viewers, and understanding your viewers and understanding the sport. And yeah, I think we weren't finished with our discussion, but essentially the common purpose was increasing, you know, the viewership of women's. Oh, and another point that we made was with women's sports, you look at the stadiums with women's sport, it's a lot of men actually supporting the women. So even us women don't support our sport. We will go with your other half or your partner, let's go to the soccer, the men's soccer. But you are not saying, my person, let's go and watch women's soccer, you know? But us women as well, we are not supporting our sport. So we also need to fill up the stadiums of the women sports. So yes, that was our discussion there at the back.
Thank you very much, Table 1, for your insights, and you did a very good job. So I don't know why you were afraid. You look gorgeous and stunning as well. So basically just the viewership and how we actually package it. I think that's something that is quite impactful that you said, of looking at women's and male sports and packaging it for each different category, and also looking at the viewers, how they will receive it. And also, as women, we have to support each other as well. We always say, no one is coming to watch women's sport, but are we watching women's sport? So I think now we can move on to the next table. Your representative can come to the front, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Petojo. I'm from the University of Pretoria. What we picked up from the panel discussion is that okay, sharp. Okay. Thank you again. What we picked up from the panel discussion is that we as women should volunteer more. We must not just sit with the skills we have and limit ourselves, because we tend to hold back and run man run ne. And it's something that must start from development level, as you guys said, it's grassroots level. It also goes back to the coaches and what they do and how they encourage players and, you know, technical team, rather. And then, my question is, how do we get platforms of volunteering? Like, Rudi Krakai, Piang. Kalibutsisa. And then for the recent discussion, the recent presentation, I think Doctor discussed how her strategy worked for her, not only for Ireland specifically, but how she picked herself up, the discipline and the positivity. Like you said, you're very optimistic. And I think it's something we also lack, and self-discipline. So I think we should also all work on that. And then Well, okay. Okay, I think what you also spoke about goes back to respect, discipline, and knowing the end goal. Like coming together and working together to reach the same goal is also important. And like having branches of the same thing, whereas we don't help each other, whereas there's no solution. Yeah. Ish.
You did a great job. You did a really great job. Well done. That is what it looks like to be brave. And we acknowledge that and we appreciate it, and you're doing amazing, sweetie. Honestly. So I think now, just to say, like, I think it's once again important that you mention about the development and how important it is that we have to go from grassroots to get to greatness. And I think that's a theme that's been coming along all day. And then also the importance of education, and then also the importance of values and keeping our values intact as well. So we move on to the third table, representative from the back, please.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Hi again. My name is Dineo, and I'm a TUT alumni. Um, I'm going to keep it very brief and very short because I think Mrs. Chambers did cover a whole lot, and we all took a whole lot from her presentation. I want to also go back to what, in our previous keynotes, one person, I think it was Jace, who mentioned the fact of downing down these policies, the jargons of the policies. And I love the fact that we got to see what Ireland did, especially with the 5 topics that they put in, the 4, oh, sorry. It was actually 4 that they put in their policy that made it so simple and so easy, and basically anyone who takes the document can read and understand. Again, I'm going to go back to the social media etiquette, and it's something that we need to stress upon. Something I see a lot of times where people will have certain hashtags, and one person will get more views than the others, and we ask ourselves, what are we doing? What is the problem? What are the social media etiquettes that we need to engage in making sure that messages go across? Everybody needs to hear, because one thing we need to also understand is we all have access to internet, but what do we Google? What do I open and say in my Google engine to find information? It's easy for you to say, but you have Google, but what do I do? What do I say? Yeah, that's basically what we covered. So thank you.
Thank you so much, table number 3. I think that was a great point you made. Like, we say, yes, things are accessible and everything is available online, but when you don't know what you're looking for, I think that's why times like this in a room and having having a network and being able to ask the questions and say, I want to know more about this, and then making sure that you have the connections with people in this room that can give you those answers. So don't be afraid to ask questions, I think, at the end of the day, because I don't think there's anything like a dumb question. So then I move on to table number 4. Representative, please.
Hello guys. My name is Morongwa Chauke, and I'm an accountant and a netball player. Also, I'm from TUT, yes. Okay, so the points that we have from the panel discussion is just a sort of a motivation for women in sports on what to do and what to focus on. The first point is creating a safe space. You have to like create a safe space for the Gen Z like me, and then especially yo, my 80s, my 70s, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna read ne, cause as an accountant, you can't present information without evidence. So by creating a safe space, you have to establish a comfortable and respectful environment where everyone feels heard and valued. The second point is avoid assumptions. Like, don't assume you understand someone's viewpoint instead of asking clarity questions. Focus on the issue, not the person. Separate problems from the individual and avoid personal attacks. Use I instead of you. Take accountability. Be patient and persistent. Building unity takes time and effort. And then a message we have is remember, unity doesn't mean uniformity. Embrace diversity and work towards inclusive solutions that value everyone's contribution. God helps those who help themselves. And then from the doctor's presentation, what I like is when she said move thoughtfully and improve things. Okay? Meaning you have to be intentional and deliberate in your actions. Take time to reflect and think critically. Be mindful of your impact on others and the environment. Strive for continuous learning and growth. Make positive changes and that benefit yourself and others. And also, remember, every small improvement can add up to make a big difference. Okay, and then she also mentioned that design thinking is a paradigm. By understanding this, we can be able to think more critically and creatively. We can challenge assumptions and limitations. We can embrace new possibilities and perspectives. Okay, last one here. Okay, she also mentioned Ukuti, we have to diversify the policy, of which diversifying the policy means we have to broaden and strengthen the policy by incorporating diverse perspective, ideas, and approaches. We have to have inclusive presentation where we include stakeholders. I think one person mentioned Tukuti, a policy can be made without the stakeholders' perspective. Also, we have to have inclusive language. And then we have to have evidence-based. It means you can't just do a research without evidence. Thank you.
Halala, table number 4. Wow. Thank you, Halala. Thank you, Gen Z. That was brilliant, honestly. And these are the voices we want to hear. Now we move on to table number 5 at the back. Representative, please.
Dimasiari. Ndion. My name is Kodani Pisa. I'm a cat sitter intern at UT in Garangwa campus. So I'm also a bit nervous. So from the panel discussion, what my group and I have taken is, well, personally I have a plea from the millennium that may you please take it easy on the Gen Z. We know we are very opinionated, and but our points are also valid. Like, give us time, and we'll get there, and eventually we'll go with one flow with everything. But with the case of volunteering and everything, I strongly believe in volunteering. I've been volunteering ever since I started studying in TUT, and it actually has opened doors for me. I don't even know how I got the internship, but I think it's through the volunteering, and that's how my name got to be where it was, and I'm very grateful for that. And I want to also put a foot that please can we normalize volunteering and not wanting to do things based on the, what's this? Yes, the money. Thank you. And then from what Doc was saying, what we took out from that was the Society 5.0. I'm a very people-oriented person. So when she said that the Society 5.0 is based on the people, and now it is better when we are putting everything around us, that when we do whatever we do, we should consider the lives that are around us. And then the sweet spot innovation, the three points: desirability, feasibility, and viability. That whenever we have any ideas or innovations, when we consider these three spots, they're going to help us evaluate and have a better idea and make informed decisions with whatever idea that we have. So when we put this in mind, we are able to have informed decisions. And with that, linking to the digital well-being, that when we use our digital networks, we need to use it to benefit us and not to harm those around us. And what I've noticed is in the marketing world, when it comes to sports, marketing sports, we hardly know anything unless if it's a bad thing. And the moment when we realize or we hear of sports and sports, is, especially in women, it's put in also a bad connotation of something bad has happened and less of the good things that are happening in women's sports. So we need to utilize the digital world in order for us to market women in sports way better, and that could potentially help with the lady mentioned viewership, could help with the viewership. That way, not only men are going to be the ones coming to watch, but also females, because we are the ones who make the story, and we are the ones who can live to that story and make it where we want it to be in women's sports. Thank you.
Gen Z, Gen Z, Gen Z. We will give you your time. We will be patient with you. But just looking at what has come out of the discussions on your table already, we are very excited about what you are bringing to the table. And we are looking forward to all the change you are going to invoke for us in this world. And I liked what you said about telling our own stories and using the digital platforms a bit better, because I think we all can do that. Because we're waiting for someone else to tell our story, but let's start telling our own stories. Now we go to group number 6. Representative, please, here in the middle. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm a millennial, so sorry about that. But I also think it's important that we are in the room as the people who work with the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas. So my name is Zola Tongo, and I'm a private practicing social worker, currently working with Fight with Insight. And I do the life skills program and part of the mental health programs there. And I'm so grateful to have come here today, because I think it's, working with Fight with Insight as a sports organization and being a social worker. I'm not a sports person, but now I think I better understand the issues and just the perspectives of sports people and young women who are in the sports field. So I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to come and be here with you all. And I think you're doing such an amazing job. Rome wasn't built in a day, yet we continue working towards this ideal dream that we have. So our group, thank you. Yes. Yes, for my first time as a millennial. So our group, we spoke about the creative approach where instead of using traditional ways of putting together policies, we use design thinking to develop policies and to figure out what the real problem is, because oftentimes we have a problem. What we're talking about is oftentimes so and so comes in with a problem, and then we need to fix so and so's problem, not realizing that somebody else has a similar issue. It just has minor differences, and by fixing that one problem for that one person, we're closing the door on other people. Therefore, we need to really understand what is the real problem. And I think in talking about the process and the individual, we're using some ecological perspective, and I think that's where we really need to start, where we are looking at the individual holistically, looking at the community in which they live in, as well as the greater society, which government is what impacts. So I think I really, and my group and I really enjoyed that. And then also finding alignment with different stakeholders. This is so important because we are always looking for opportunities, and an opportunity will present itself, and you can feel that, man, no, this is not actually what I'm looking for, but because out of desperation for something, you take it. And I mean, it's okay, because we're all looking for things, but it's really imperative that you look for what is aligning with you and what is aligning with your goals, because sometimes taking just anything can hinder you. And we're not saying that you won't learn something, because there's always opportunity for growth and learning. However, keep in mind that you are looking for what is aligning with your goals. But also, with that said, don't be rigid. Whereas the panel spoke about having that stumbling block, and then now you've stopped because this is the only way I know how to open up your mind, to open up the way in which your goal diverts, and diversify the way you can attain your goal, as opposed to just having this one streamline way of thinking. So we really felt like this was such a fruitful engagement. Thank you so much. We can't wait for next year. And as a social worker, I think really digital well-being, that is an amazing space. I love it. I think it's so important for our young people, because they find themselves in such tricky situations purely because they are uneducated about the dangers of social media and social media engagements. And today we see so many young people, even adults, getting lost and things happening. We really need to up our education on digital wellness and digital awareness. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Absolutely loving the millennial representation. Thank you, thank you. And then also what you mentioned about the holistic approach. Once again, I think that's so important and so key. And then also finding alignment. I think that's so powerful. That's something I really resonate with. Then I'm moving on to our next table number 7. This table in front of me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa Shongwe. I'm from SAFA. I'm here with my team. They're here to support me. You know? Yeah. So to sum up, a quick summary of what we picked up from the panel discussion. It's just a quick summary in 6 words. Open doors for those behind you. And then we move to the presentation. What we as the group discuss is the golden circle, the why, the what, and the how. So what we think is you need to understand why you are doing the certain project, the work, you know, behind the what is what, what's this word? The drive behind it, you know, why you're doing it, what's the purpose, and how you're gonna do it, you know. And then to us who come before the Gen Alpha, so what we we are Gen Zs, yes. Yes, to us who come before the Gen Alpha, what we ask is that can we keep in mind the next generation in all we do, because it's not just about us. And then, like Michelle Obama said, do something. Let's take initiative and take one step at a time. Eventually, we'll reach the goal. And remember, Rome was not built in one day. Thank you.
So we are indeed building Rome brick by brick, step by step. And I see that we're also doing it together because we are stronger together and there's power in numbers. So now let's move on to table number 8. Yes, that is you indeed.
I just want to say thank you to my table. Thank you for the applause. Okay, so the most impactful thing that I took away from Fiona's speech was the idea of having personas before you are planning policy or before you are developing a framework, is to know the different personas that these frameworks or policies would be serving. I think it is the most impressive and impactful thing. And while I was sitting there, I was thinking about my work in schools, and when we often sit together and we have to form policies in the staff room. And I was thinking about certain children and how policies don't work for them. But we don't think about it from that perspective. We just think about the broader perspective. And at the end of the day, the reason why we do things, and we mentioned it a lot here today, is we have to look at grassroots, we have to look at the foundation. So people like myself in schools, that's where we can start, that's where I will start the next time in the staff room. When we have to make decisions and when we have discussions, I'll definitely remember that and go back to the children and go back to the personas and present from a perspective of the personas that we are serving. So that's all I have to say, and then I'll hand over to
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of a little shy, but it's okay. I'm gonna talk about the empathy and the bravery that she actually talked about, and we picked up in our table and we discussed. And I'm gonna highlight a little more of some of the things and the questions and so far and so forth. So in the empathy, she talked about the cognitive empathy, the emotional empathy, and the compassionate empathy. So basically there is advantage and disadvantages in empathy, whereby you can actually utilizes those type of empathy, and also utilizing your bravery to pursue what you really want, right? And also I believe the question, she labeled them as playlist, I think. And they were why and how and what and now what. What you gonna do and why are you doing what you're doing now, and what are you gonna do to further, where you are basically to achieve what you really are looking forward to. And then also she has mentioned the big 5, which I only pick up 3 and forgot about the 2, and which was the society 5.0, the physical data, and the digital generation. And I forgot about those 2. I'm sorry about that. And she also talked about the sweet spot of innovation, where there was desirability, what is this? Reusability and viability, yes. And how do we design thinking? And then it was like, I think this was like my highlight and my favorite, whereby you actually innovate your mindset, the process of learning, and three factors and enabling the design of learning process. Um, Also, as I continue to talk about the growth mindset and the brave space, whereby you create a safe space for your own self so that you'll be able to grow and learn and to elevate yourself to actually be able to educate the next person that is coming after you, because you're basically not doing this for yourself. You are learning, but then you learn to actually pass the information for the people that are coming after you, right? Because being a gatekeeper is not an option or a way to innovate the generations. So also, can I continue? And she also mentioned on focus on your growth mindset, enabling the brave space, which I mentioned there. And then learning process, understanding, observe, and a part of point of view, and others, I didn't get them. There was learning space, personal space, and governing and leadership, active participating, visibility coaching, and so forth and so on. And then the grand challenges. The challenge was basically a question, and whereby she said that how might we co-design and activated design and impactful digital well-being educated program our players so that they can thrive and flourish online. That was the question, and how are we going to do it? And then there was a keynote whereby she talked about the desk study called Design with Leaders, Empathy, Mapping, Journey Mapping, Synthesis of Finding Evaluation. And I think that this is it from the discussion on our table. We thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was group number 7, or is it 8? Where are we in this? So I would just like to remind all the groups to please just bring your notes to Doc here at the back so he can add it into his feedback later. I also did make some summaries for you. All right, so now we go to group number 9. Group number 9 here at the back. Yes. Thank you. What generation are you? Hey, Gen Z making their way to the stage. Gen Z, sneakers, skirt, cute.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lesedi Matlaila, and I'm a student at VET. So I would like to emphasize on what Dr. said about women empowerment. Supporting each other fosters a great sense of empowerment and belonging within the sporting community. Seeing other women excel in sports can inspire younger generations to pursue their own athletic dreams. A supportive environment among women athletes can strengthen bonds and create sense of unity within sporting community. Also breaking stereotypes. By cheering each other on, women athletes can help break down stereotypes and challenge gender biases in sports. I would also I'd like to see more exchange students participating in sports that can help build friendships, learn teamwork and cooperation, and improve in mental health. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think what you said also, how we should support each other. We saw the great achievements of our athletes in the Olympics, but also let's also get behind our athletes for the Paralympics as well. And let's be inspired by them as well and show them our support. So thank you for that. Now we go to table number 10.
Good afternoon. I'm always running away
from saying anything. My name is Ayanda Mrauti from Fight With Inside. I believe by now everyone said most of what I'm going to mention. What we took from the presentation, as you can see in my table, it's full of Gen Zs. So what we asked ourselves is, what are we learning from this? So that was our question to ourselves, so we can take notes for us to implement back home, rather than just complaining. Sorry. So our first point is the power of creating space by opening your doors to be able to help others, where things can happen, allowing for a brave space. Sorry, I'm just putting my sticky notes. With that said, it's not, we shouldn't wait for our adults to open that space for us. As Gen Zs, we can do that space for other kids. We can create a safe space. And I feel like we know it better than the old ones. Sorry, guys. So, by us, not for us, not for us, by us. Gen Z, that is a note for us. Yes. Sorry guys. By us, not for us, not for us, by us. So we're doing it for the next generation. We should open up space. Sorry guys. Yeah. It's not easy here, eh? In it all, always empower yourself by reading and taking advantage of the free online courses. I feel like us Gen Zs, we have all the opportunity and the time frame where we can generate all courses, we can start all over, we can begin in sports management, we can drop it if we don't like it, we can do anything. It has to start by us. We shouldn't wait for the adults to tap us and say, let's do it. Teach yourself intelligent things. The power of reflection. I feel like as us, the young ones, we don't know the power of reflection. Just sitting there in your room or anywhere, just reflect on what you want to become or what you have done wrong. I don't know, but reflect. Sorry, guys. Creating your space, creating your circle, knowing yourself, power of social media, word of mouth. With that said, to be aware of what is out of your control. We cannot control everything. And what is in your control. So we have to focus on what we can control and not what we can't control. Do something, and we're going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Table number 10, by us, not for us, not for us, by us. Open up the doors, take accountability, reflect, and don't wait for anyone. Now we are going to group number 11. Group number 11 here in the front. Oh no, are we going to the back? Ish, we are moving, ne? We are moving. I'm a boka. There in the corner at the back, please.
Why don't you clap hands for me? Good day, everyone. I go by the name of Maite Siabi, and I'm from Sfakomakhato Health Sciences University. As a student nurse, I'm a student nurse. So when you are in the ward, when you are going to accompany a patient that is being transferred to a new patient, obviously you must carry their notes, their file actually, so that when you present to the other nurses in the ward, you must read what you have. So even now, I can't say what I have in here. I'm just gonna read what's happening here. As we were busy discussing in our group, a certain code struck our minds, which we believe that everyone is familiar with. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you must go together, right? I think it was motivated by the fact that Dr. Fiona mentioned that she worked on a policy with the help of a lady from the north or south. Yes, despite of what was happening between your regions, right? So we feel like this should also apply to us as South Africans, most especially this foundation. You have mentioned that you tried reaching out to other women, but they do not reach back. So our suggestion was that we are in a time whereby we have more independent female leaders that also want what's best for the upcoming female athletes, right? So we were like, try doing some research whereby surely you're gonna get women that have the same mindset as you do, sit down with them and try coming up with solutions. That's where the code is gonna come in. You're surely gonna go far together. Unity is key, and it only takes dedication and the love you have for sports. Birds of the same feathers flock together. Who runs the world? Thank you. The policy is about 5 years old, and even now it has not been approved. Can't you have a meeting with the stakeholders, us, the Gen Zs? Obviously. Obviously, our input is gonna mean much to you guys, and that will also be easy to tackle it, and surely something will come to happen. Thank you.
Who runs the world? Who runs the world? Absolutely love that. And also, birds of a feather flock together. And I think all of us are birds of a feather, and we all want to work towards the same thing at the end of the day. Now we move on to table number 12.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Penyole Poa. I'm a physio student playing volleyball from Sefako Makgatho Health Science University. And then my intake from the panel discussion with my group was that how can we integrate our different viewpoints by empowering yourself with knowledge so that you can be able to educate others. And you should also have clear principles on inclusivity. We can also overcome resistance to change by identifying individuals who can support your viewpoints. And then you should not focus on your resistant individual, they will catch up, but do not leave any man behind. And inclusive leadership in sport, we should always be open-minded. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dabahang. So I'm going to discuss about what Mother Fiona was just talking about not so long ago. So, firstly, we noted the Society 5.0, that it is more people-centered. Meanwhile, Society 6.0, it is about all of life. And then the second one was about learning and meta skills, which includes application of analytical thinking, active learning, and flexibility. The third one was digital generations. It is more important to include and guide the Gen Z and Gen Alpha. It is also very important to familiarize
ourselves with existing policies. Okay. Again, we said the 2 points that stood out in our group was that data is gold and you must do something. You mustn't just stay and do nothing. The last one was the ability to have 2 things at the same time. Thank you.
Empower yourself with knowledge. There lies so much power in knowledge, and the more knowledge we have, a greater impact we can have as well. And people will actually then listen to us when we voice our opinions. So put that passion and that knowledge together, and I think we can get to our end goal much quicker. Now do we have another table? Yeah, no. So that was the end of our roundtable discussions. We're gonna have a very short comfort break, so just about 10 minutes, and then we will come back and finish off this wonderful day. So thank you so much for the fruitful discussions, and everything you shared with us today was really valuable. So quick comfort break for 10 minutes. Are there any attendance registers on your tables? Please, please bring them to me. Yeah, we just said at the end, and then we can, when we do that. Thank you, everyone. What do you do? Time for what? Thank you, everyone. Please settle down. Okay, yeah. How many? Welcome back, everyone. Just an announcement about the registers. Everyone, make sure that you fill in the attendance register. And if you have an attendance register on your table, please make sure you make it come forward and give it to Charmaine, please. So we can just make sure that we have all of you signed and we know everyone was here in attendance. And now, as we start to approach the end of our conference, it has truly been such a magnificent day. I think it's time for us to reflect on our discussions of this day. And now I will welcome to the stage someone that is an ally to us. And I think it's so important for us to note that the inequality of gender in sports it's not only a woman problem, it's a human problem. And it's so important to have those allies. And I think Doc Rendani has been someone that has really, contributed to us women in sport and helping us fight the cause. And I now welcome to the stage our ally, the man, the myth, the legend, Doc Rendani, to present us with the key takeaways and resolutions from our time together. Doc Rendani, please join us. The man who wrote an open letter to the minister, the man that will fight for us and that will continue to lead us and help us and uplift us. Please give a big round of applause to Doc Rendani.
Well, I don't see my slides. Yes. Yeah.
All right, I think we need to take some time to really acknowledge the person that wrote an open letter to the minister. A result-driven manager responsible for leading heads of different clubs and the University of Pretoria Football Club staff, known for hard work, employee engagement and visionary planning, has served in various community-based organizations and structures and recognized as for strong leadership to individuals, teams and organizations. A doctor of philosophy, master of science, and he started off with his Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Pedagogics. What is that?
I'm a teacher.
He's a teacher. No, okay, I'm old, but not that old. And then a Master of Business Administration and Advanced Coaching. This man has done it all, honestly. He is Director of Sport at Walter Sisulu University. He facilitated the establishment of the WSU Sport Department, and the work entails the strategic management, general management, human resource. This guy is the manager of note. And if you, as youngsters in this room, right, aspire to become a manager and really make a difference, but in a way that you can really make an impact, right? And not just be a manager for the sake of ticking boxes, but really making a difference in that position. There's no better person to look to than Doc Rendani. So have those conversations, and we spoke about mentorship. If you really are interested of having someone that is knowledgeable, that has walked the walk and talked the talk, find yourself a mentor in the room, just reach out to them. Even if they can't mentor you throughout the year, just have that conversation with them and ask you to guide you and what steps you need to take to reach the end goal that you want to create. You are young and you still have a whole life in front of you. Make it an impactful one. I just want to know, are the notes ready? Thank you, Doc. Please, the stage is all yours, and we can't wait to hear your insights.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm one of those people who don't volunteer anymore. People have to pay to hear me speak. Except here, you are very fortunate that you don't have to pay me to hear me speak. And the reason that I don't volunteer is that I've worked for it for many, many years. I could probably be, I think the two of us were that generation, baby boomers. Yeah. We stayed in one job for the rest of our lives. That's who we are. It had its own advantages and disadvantages, but here we are. And thanks for a nice shirt. The first time I wear a Sawaf's shirt. Thank you. I'll start with key takeaways. They are quite numerous, and I'll just rush through them because we'll still do a report of the conference, and we'll have more detail in the report than what we can present here. Starting with the first presentation, I think the key takeaway is we need to understand what public policy is and how it gets formulated. What is important is it is a government stance toward and efforts to address issues of public concern. That's what a public policy is. And women in sport policy is exactly that. It needs to show our government stance on women in sport, their position. That should be informed by values, vision, and mission for sport in the country. And that policy needs to address certain things, and they've been identified in the policy. I think the policy spends a lot of time addressing those issues. What are the challenges? And these are issues of public concern. They affect all the women in this country and in Africa and elsewhere. I like this. The policy should be redistributive. It must take something away from somebody to level the playing field. So men need to feel the pain when this is properly done and implemented. Here's a simple example. And this is what Title IX did in the US. They made sure that funding, federal funding, between men and women was equal. So if the men used to get $200,000 and the women 50, they cut on the men's allocation, topped it up on the women's allocation so that they remained with the exact amount. So this policy must make sure this happens. There must be a redistribution of resources. Otherwise, it will just be another paper that we read and we forget about. So in our fight to get this policy to be relevant and applicable, we must make sure that it's redistributive. I've worked in universities and I know how much universities spend on Varsity Cup for men and how much they spend on women rugby. I don't think there are many universities that are really spending money on women rugby. And big universities such as Tuks, Stellenbosch are spending millions on Varsity Cup for men. So it means when we have this policy in place, it will say have a Varsity Cup tournament for women. And you're going to spend exactly the same amount that you spend on men, on women. That's what brings change. Even if it will take 50 years, as it happened in the US. But gradually, slowly, we need to get the redistribution of resources. The second presentation, these are the things that were identified that these are being evaluated, and this is the 2022 progress report of the IWG. By the way, it's on the internet. I found it while the presenter was presenting. Online, it's there. But there's no movement. Participation, we don't have more women participating. Leadership, I think we talked about it this morning, that women are not getting into the top leadership positions. Governance, visibility and portrayal, resources, harassment and abuse. There is change, but it is insignificant. Just check somebody's shirt in the back that you are wearing. It's got a message for you. The more things change, the more they remain. They say, oh, you're singing for the first time. Come on. And Lisa said we need sustained investment throughout the system for greater impact. And there must be a willingness to collaborate. Fix the system and not the women and girls. Luckily enough, again, I'm a curious type. I found out there is a book of the same title, Fix the System, Not the Women. Next year when we meet, every woman in here need to have read this book, bought and read it. And in one summary I picked up, the author was wondering how many men will read Fix the System. I haven't read it. It's the first time I come across it, but within the next couple of weeks I'm going to get myself a copy and read it to understand better what women face. These are the things that Lisa mentioned. You must have a deliberate plan. In my letter to the minister, I said, Minister, countries that are serious about their sports programs have got plans. The UK Sport has got a 10-year plan, 2021 to 2031. I think it covers 3 Olympics. And most of the athletes are funded. So there won't be fights of there's no money the year before the Olympics. They're funded. South Africa doesn't have a plan. You can go to the website of the department. There's no sport and recreation plan. Nothing. There is no school sport plan in this country. There's no plan for anything. That's the problem. And people say that we write good policies. That's what they say, that South Africa's got very good policies. there's nothing. There is nothing. You can go and check. There is nothing. I've checked. So that's one of the issues that we need to advocate now, that we need a long-term plan, 10 years. Every year we add another year. It is only in that manner that we can compete internationally. If it took Tatiana Smith 20 years to win medals in the Olympics, do we really think that in 4 years we can produce medalists? Do we really think that if we don't have school sport and physical education and a right policy, any Generation Alphas, do you think they will play sport effectively? It's not going to happen. Because it takes years to develop talent. Roundtable ideas, I won't go into them, but we do have notes. I want to emphasize what Monira said, that don't sit back and fold your arms and wait for somebody to do certain things for you. We're very selfish human beings. We're very selfish. We look after ourselves first before we can look after anybody else. So it's important that from here, you need to know that you can find information from everyone else who is here and other people that you know. I rely more on the internet. Secondly, I don't pass a bookstore. If I'm traveling, I don't pass a bookstore. I go in and I always come out with something. Not fiction, something to help my own development. And for somebody who, at my age, I'm still studying. There's a course I'm doing. Maybe some of you will benefit from it, coaching and mentoring. So you can never stop if you make it a habit. The panel discussion on holding difficult conversations. These are the summary of the issues that were mentioned. Overcoming resistance and change. The world is a brutal place. It's brutal. It's merciless. It takes no prisoners. If you are not able to resist change, not by toy-toying, no, that's singing and dancing. If you come to my office and you toy-toy, I'll look at you and then I'll go back and do what I know is the best that needs to be done, without being swayed by noise. We need to be able to present very solid arguments on the issues that we want done, especially when we are working with government. Remember, government is bigger than us, has got more resources than we have. So when we go in there, we need to really be well prepared. And that's about building consensus among different stakeholders. Sometimes it's impossible to build consensus. Almost impossible. There are people who will not change, so you need to pick your battles. I think Mutitami mentioned that when you go into a meeting, find out those who are likely to support the issue. And don't worry about those who resist. Eventually they will be left behind and have to catch the bus, run after the bus in order to play an effective role. more on holding difficult conversations. We need to agree on the women and sport agenda, and everybody must be involved, not just women, men, boys, girls, everybody can say something. I've already talked about volunteering, that yeah, at your age you must volunteer. At my age I must not. I'm not serious. But we need a vision for women and sport in South Africa. We really need one urgently. And there are people here and elsewhere who can support us in achieving that vision. This was a complicated presentation. I didn't understand a single thing. Dr. Chambers. But I like the fact that you started at home. What Nelson Mandela did to prepare for CODESA. Actually, that's what he did. How he managed to get everybody together. And remember, he was one old man who could get very angry. When he decided to get angry, it was brutal. He would fire people from the cabinet immediately. But there are lessons that we can learn from his approach to all the negotiations. It took 4 years to negotiate until we got democracy. Pathways to the Good Friday Agreement, I think those are very important principles that we need to buy into when we negotiate, especially on the women and sport policy, and everything else that we would want to engage on. We need empathy, hope and agency. Let me skip this one for now, because I've got a similar quotation that I like, which I'll share in the next slide. For me, these were the simple things that I understood from your presentation. I need to be honest with you on that. Design thinking, I'd heard about it, but you know, the human mind decides to choose what it wants to learn and focus on. So this is just a definition for myself. What design thinking is: a nonlinear, iterative process that teams use to understand users, challenge assumptions, redefine problems, and create innovative solutions to prototype and test. Is that correct? Yes. It fosters innovation. And young people are very innovative, and I see them here. One way I understood design thinking, Dr. Chambers, is to be fully human, to be vulnerable. Me, I need to be vulnerable so that I can listen to a Gen Alpha. I mean, I rely a lot on my daughter who is Gen Z for all technological things. I just buy a phone and I give it to her and say, here's a new phone. She will know what to do. And I like what I came across on the internet. So to be fully human is the development of the heart and the head. And then we become one. So to me, it's what you see is what you get. You know, people that will say this here, somewhere else they change the whole story. I had that experience a couple of weeks ago of somebody who completely turned around, and I couldn't believe it. By becoming one inside of me, so I become one inside of me, I can little by little let down the ego. They need to prove that I'm better than you. That's my understanding of where design thinking can lead us to when we approach difficult conversations. And SAWAF's programs directly impact every living South African. Whether we like it or not, it does. This is the quotation that Dr. Chema that I like. The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. Many people can't function when there are two contrasting ideas. They are completely convinced that the only one is the way out. The quotation continues. One should, for example, be able to see that things are hopeless and yet be determined to make them otherwise. We don't give up. We don't. We'll always find a solution. Panel discussion. These are the group reporting. The creation of safe spaces came up quite a lot. Becoming innovative and finding alignment with different stakeholders, being mindful and intentional. There's a book by John Maxwell on intentional living for those who want to understand what intentional means. Self-development, learning from others, organizations, and the universe. I think wherever you are always, there are opportunities to learn something. That's how I am. I think I'm where I am because I'm standing on the shoulders of other people who taught me some very important lessons. But thereafter, I took it upon myself to keep on asking why, and why. And it's important, don't ask one why, ask 5. Then you'll really get to the bottom of the issue. My thesis, which is more than 20 years old, my dissertation, I focus on using your self-development for the development of others. You are where you are because somebody invested in you. Not somebody, many people invested in you. You need to pay it forward. Pay it forward. Do you know what that means when you pay it forward? You don't. Like me, my parents, though they were very strict, did do me a huge favor. I could have become a professional footballer, but they said, no, school. So I played recreationally, and I studied professionally. School work became very professional. Then I had teachers and professors and everybody else. Now, what do I do with what I know? What should I do with what I know? By the way, I'm retired, although I'm working. What do I do with what I have in here, in my head? I need to give it to somebody. I must share it with some other people. Because the only place it's going is down 6 feet under. That's where it is going. That's the reality. My, let's say, 10 years of studying is going to end up 6 feet under, sooner than later, by the way. So it's freely available. It is freely available. We need to pay it forward. It's when you help somebody else develop, that's paying it forward. You need to Google Justice, the one who was just retired, Zondo. Find him on a video clip where he's explaining how he got to be where he is. There aren't many resolutions because here we are focusing on the women in sport policy. Two things about the policy. SAWAFs to meet with SASCOC urgently because there is a deadline. The 8th of March 2025, International Women's Day, the deadline, that there needs to be a policy in place. Oh, I repeated that. Yeah. General resolution, we need to find a methodology like design thinking to make sure that different stakeholders come together and work together and reach consensus. Not compromise. The difference between consensus and compromise. With compromise, everybody loses something. And this also came out a need for mentoring, coaching, and leadership development. So those are the resolutions that I could pick up. There are a couple of risks. You know the story of 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. You do know that one. But did you know that every day you've got 86,400 seconds? 86,400 seconds. That start at 1 second past midnight. And you do know that if you don't use your time effectively, it's gone. It doesn't any interest. You've got the 24 hours, you've got the 86,400 seconds. If you don't use them fully every day. And that's why I don't count my years in years, I count my years in days. And every morning I make a note of how old I am in days. It wakes me up. I don't postpone things indefinitely. They get done. So those are the risks, the 2 risks. There are many, but if we don't live here and put together a plan where the activities that needs to be done have been assigned to individuals by name, not the chairperson will do this, by name, they will not be done. And when we meet next year, we'll still be talking about the same thing. No, it can't be. And then please use your time effectively. It's borrowed. It's not your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ndani, for sharing your incredible insights and just the key takeaways and summarizing all the discussions of today. We truly appreciate it, and we always appreciate you doing this for free for us, even though we know you are very, very expensive. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to ask the SAWAS trustee, Linda Rulashe. Thank you, to please come and present a gift to Lydia Moniapo for facilitating the leadership masterclass for us. I will hold the thought.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As indicated, I'm going to be presenting this to Lydia. If anyone from SAFA can kindly come through on her behalf to accept this. Thank you, and if you could kindly give her as a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much.
Now that brings us to the end, but before we leave, I will now like to call the driving force behind it all, the reason we are all here, our chairperson, the founder of SAWAS, Tambi, mother, Tambi, everybody, mother, to just do the official closing.
I seem to be gaining a lot of names, eh? Thank you so much, our program director. I have indicated last year that the nice thing with this conference is that it brings together 3 generations, or even more. And unfortunately, I was in Robert Marawa 2 weeks back, and people were sending messages to him saying, "Who is she?" They didn't know me. And unfortunately, we are not learning about people who came before us. I want to introduce a woman that I spoke about last year. Today I have her book with me because I spoke about the book last year. Rosina Sidibane Modiba. There's a school that is named after her because of her performance in athletics. That's the woman. It haven't happened in this country where a school is called, it's named after an athlete. But it happened with her. There's a book. If you want the book, read it. It will inspire you. You said your book, you get it from? Exclusive Books. So let's go and buy this book. Okay, before I do my thank yous, can I request one of the girls who attended yesterday's leadership and today to come and give us her views on the 2 days, who are coming for the first time? I'm looking at you. Yeah, come.
Can I take it? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are all still well and alive and you have been taking in everything that has been said today. Those of us who were very fortunate enough to have been there yesterday and today, I can basically tell you that we gained so much. Like, believe you me, we gained a lot. Yesterday's session was so intense that we were all busy writing on our notepads, making notes, what to read, what to research on, what skills they've been giving us and all of that. Madam Tambi, thank you so very much for the master class yesterday, and thank you so very much for today. You are doing, you are doing so much. We thank you so very much for that. And to everybody that's basically here today that was able to attend today, take this opportunity, grab it with both hands. Opportunities like these will take you far. I'm standing here before you Many of you don't even know me, but who knows, maybe tomorrow you'll be reading about me and then you'll be like, oh, I know that girl. I met her once. You never know. You never know. Our stories always start somewhere, and basically workshops like this, such conferences, they literally help us put ourselves out there. I was very happy when you were like, all of the speakers were gonna come to the front and present and all of that. That was a beautiful moment. That was a very, very beautiful moment. I believe that we took the time to basically capacitate the ladies that came up here. It started bit by bit, and this whole workshop, these whole 2 days that we were here, they were basically just teaching us to do all of that. I'm happy to have seen that we were able to implement what we learned yesterday, today. So, Madam Tambi, once again, thank you, and thank you to the South African Women and Sports Foundation for everything that they've done for us. Much appreciated.
Thank you. So for those who don't know what happened yesterday, we were having a leadership masterclass. It's a masterclass that we do every year. We invite women who we see that they are actually moving to the next level of leadership, to empower them and bring women who are already at higher level to talk about their experiences. So it's not about the textbook. Okay. Oh, I'm told there's a video. You can play the video. Okay, they'll do the video after that. So we use these women to talk about their experiences whilst educating them. So we don't use a textbook, we use more experience about what we are experiencing in boardrooms, in structures where we are serving, and how do we deal with it. We are planning to do this in all 9 provinces, so that we still meet. We might not do it at this capacity, but we could have sessions where we come half a day and have a session and talking about what are the things that we need to do to empower each other. So that was great. But also now I have to thank you guys. I think our special guest is all of you delegates. Thank you so much, and thank you for participating in our sessions. I was quite happy especially with the new delegates who are coming for the first time, coming here and standing on your tables and presenting the feedback from your tables. That's our intention. Every year, I think it was a group from Eastern Cape the other year where on the previous year she presented, she was shy. The next year when she came back, she was like, wow, she was the one who was actually calling everybody and doing all the actions, and she gained more confidence. And that's why I'm saying more of you next year, you will be actually much better and actually volunteering to come and present. But thank you so much. I just want to also thank our speakers. Amanda, thank you so much for the hard work, because I know it was not easy, but thank you so much. Thank you to also Lisa for her presentation. It was quite good. Fiona, thank you for joining us yesterday with your jet lag, and actually today also. And make sure that you present this, and Dr. Rendan was saying he was no, we can understand which generation he is. But it was so brilliant, and I think I like actually the young people fitting in so well and understanding, and actually they were actually going through your presentation in giving the feedback. But thank you so much. Our technical team, thank you so much, and the photographers and the videos. We have also to thank Dr. Rendani for all the work that he does for us. It's not only this, it's actually a lot of things that we push to him to prepare some documents for us, to review, to do whatever, and he does that as a volunteer. Is correct. He does that as a volunteer. But thank you so much. I would also like to thank our driver, Charmaine. Can we give Charmaine? The hotel at 12 o'clock last night, they haven't prepared this room and clean it. So we agreed that she goes and sleep. I will wake her up at 4 o'clock, which I did. And this room was prepared from 4 o'clock. So when you come here, the room was ready. With a team, I think Charmaine and the team, let's give them a round of applause. And that's when you work with people with commitment. People who, when there's a problem, they tell you what is the problem, and you together take a decision on what best can we do. And I woke up early myself. I came here early, and when I was trying to be running with the boxes, she kept on saying, no, Mama Tuhela, but I have to do it because I have to help them. But again, it shows that there are young people who, when given tasks, they perform those tasks to the best of their capabilities. Thank you so much for you, Charmaine, and the whole team that was working with Charmaine. And our lady of the day, our program director. Thank you very much for driving our program so well and grilling us on the panel discussion. But you did it so well. But thank you so much. We are quite happy with your facilitation, and you are doing it for the second time. You did that last year, you are doing it this year. Thank you, Jo. Jo was working, and she was not going to be available for us. And she says, for you, Mama, I will take out everything and I would come. And she changed her schedule to come here to be with us. Thank you so much. What are you learning from what I'm saying? Your network works for you. Do you understand? Build the network that works for you, not the network that scanners. Talking about petty issues. Make sure that your network, it's your network that works for you and also you work for. For her to drop everything, she knows I will also do the same for her. It's not one way, it's two-way. Don't call your network because of every time you want something from her. And if you don't want something, you don't even check whether she's feeling well or not. Look after your network. In the absence of any other issue, I will request that we prepare for a group picture here. All of us, we take our jackets, we come and make sure we take a nice picture of us, of our remembrance of 2024 SAWAF's Women and Sport Advocacy Conference. Thank you so much. Okay, so what's going to happen is that after taking the picture,
we are at the Protea Hotel out in Hatfield. It is the 2024 SAWAF's Future Leaders Masterclass. It's interesting to hear different views on leadership. I particularly enjoyed the talk on authentic leadership as well as networking, and I think we had some phenomenal speakers today. We were also touching on topics like leadership skills and leadership development planning. You know, everyone wants to be a leader, but no one really has a plan.
It's very important because it empowers ladies and women from all different provinces to speak up about challenges that they are facing, how to address